Yeah. Am I audible? I want to believe I am audible. Okay. Yeah, I just want to test run. Yeah, and I believe we are live on all platforms. And of course, yeah. uh, Hello, hello, hello. We'll be doing some test running. Of course, we while we are at it, we'll also tune into what Nigerians are saying across board. Um, we want to listen to what others are saying. What constitutes Nigerians' opposition? Mm, we will want to, take a look at it. This kind of yeah opposition that people parade up and down, with respect to Nigerian political scheme of things. It is time that we scrutinize it and we challenge it. This is not the kind of opposition that we should be having in Nigeria. This is a joke, an absolute joke of an opposition. Is this how to play opposition? This is not how to play opposition. All right. And of course, it is important that we highlight it very clearly for people to see the inner workings of the politicking that goes into the Nigerian opposition as it is right now. I understand and I can confirm to you that it's a joke. What is the role of opposition really? To oppose. But when you have an opposition that is decamping into the camp of the incumbent or the government of the day, on an industrial scale, they are decamping, they are basically striking alliance. They even want to use this, they are fanning the same rhetoric that the incumbent is the government of the day are saying. Then what makes them opposition really? But we have seen the kind of opposition politics that stands out in Nigeria. And the question would be, are we prepared to pay attention to the political platform that is basically, doing this opposition thing? Or we just want the drama? It is important we make this distinction. The distinction is very, very important. I want to just check if at all we are live. Movement Radio. This is just like a test run. This is like a test run, so to speak. Is not particularly gonna be a smooth live. No, it's just to test run. To test run our live what's it called, equipment that we just subscribed to this, and we just want to test run it. And it seems as though it is all good. And you're welcome to the live, the three individuals that have tuned in. You're welcome to the live video. And It's all good. And you're welcome to the live. The three individuals that have tuned in, you're welcome to the live video. And all good. Okay. You're welcome to the live. The three individuals that have tuned in. So let's take a look at what constitutes opposition in Nigeria. What constitutes opposition in Nigeria is just drama and theatrics. Drama and theatrics, nothing more, nothing less. It is what it is. You know, theatrics, drama, and you know, trying to basically kowtow to the government of the day. That is what constitutes opposition in Nigeria. And of course, we can see individuals, personalities, political party that stands out, the African Action Congress and Omoyele Sowore, really calling out the government of the day for who they are and offering an alternative, different solution to the problem. All right? Alternative, different solution and an absolute opposition to whatever it is that the government of the day are doing. But when you have opposition that is also, look at the APC government. Look at APC government, their policies. For instance, the subsidy removal, you know, policy, and tell me how different the difference between that and you know, the Tinubu administration policy. You know, they would try to rigmarole and try to pretend that indeed there's a difference between. There's no difference. You know, Mr. Peter Obi wants, you know, the subsidy to be removed, and so has Emilio Kon, you know, President Tinubu, and so is Atiku. The only different aspirant that is saying something different is Omoyele Sowore. And indeed, are we willing to pay attention to or organize with characters like Omoyele Sowore, or we just want the drama to continue? And of course, if it is the drama that we want, then do we really care about good governance? All right. If indeed what we are paying attention to is drama, so, but can we really say we want good governance if what we want is just theatrics and paying attention to the same recycled politicians, that has not done anything meaningful so far, so good, except just making noise and saying they want to grab power and just coming together to, you know, to bond together all their loyal blind followers. So we have to make this distinction. All right. These distinctions will allow us to forge ahead and to create a pathway going forward. All right. We've got to be serious, you know, with our affairs in Nigeria. All right. I'll be doing a lot of commentary, and so that commentary would be you know, you can participate in the commentary. All right, so I'll be tuning in and be listening to what fellow Nigerians are saying across board.
Obi was doing 90-something% with 500,000, over 500,000 votes. Atiku was doing less than 10,000 with 1.4.
Many people would believe that Atiku, by just mere figures, Atiku had more votes, 6.9 million. It's no joke. Despite the, you know, the terrible and all, of course, the crisis in PDP as at the time. There are literally almost all governors of PDP left Atiku, but he still managed to pull out 6.9 million votes. That is no joke.
APC different from APC, or is it just by difference in T and D? Are we really different?
That is a very important question
to Nigerians.
Are we really different?
Are we trying to make Nigerians see us?
I think the only difference in the bunch are AAC people, no, the revolutionaries. Sowore is the only difference.
All the religions,
every other one, the same.
Babuzument, and the rest of them. Can we go beyond that? Can we look at competency? Can we look at other factors? Can we look at someone
that is arguable? You cannot say Mr. Peter Obi is more competent in the among the bunch of aspirants in Nigeria. Can we really say Mr. Peter Obi is the most competent? I don't think so. I believe by far, when it comes to competence, character, history, and of course, when it comes to cerebral power and intelligence, Mr. Peter Obi is not the best of the bunch. The best of the bunch is Sowore. End of story.
People are making in our ADC. So why I'm pained by this is this. The topic said those APC think. But I'm not saying our own part, our ADC. Are we also thinking in that direction? And you can see few persons thinking in that direction.
Don't call ADC our ADC. You did not start the party. You did not contribute to the to the founding of the party. Why would you, in good conscience, say our party? Our party, like how? No, you can't say our party. You would say the party that we invaded. I think that is the best way to put it. The party that we invaded. It is not your party. You had no hand in the, you had no hand in how that party emerged to be what it is today. All right. We even understand that based on rumor that we are hearing that it belongs to former President Olusegun Obasanjo. So it's not your party. In fact, you were asked to invade the party just like you invaded Labour Party and you left. You left Labour Party, you invaded it and you left it empty. There's no mentality to build at all. And that is quite telling among the so-called opposition figures. There's no mentality to build stuff from scratch. It's all about exploitation, how you can just grab and turn a political party to your own overnight. That is not how, and that tells whether or not we are willing to actually solve our problem in Nigeria. Because anyone that's going to take up the mantle of power in Nigeria or perhaps become the next president must be willing to start from scratch, must be willing to build, must have the ability to build, to orchestrate a new pathway going forward for the country. All right. Yeah, I can see your comment. Fighting for my future. Nice one. I think I can see live chat. Wow.
Some of the drug, I have them.
The party we are currently using. Yeah, thank you so much. Fighting for my future. Thanks for your support. Always. Salute to you, dear comrade. It's all about wuru to the answer. Yes, wuru to the answer. Let them go and ask the African Action Congress comrades and ask them how to build a party. And we can say authoritatively that this whole ADC stuff is going to end in tears. It's going to end in tears and complaints like usual. Just like LP, Labour Party, ended in tears, the ADC will also end in tears, most likely, with the look of things. Right? Many things are already happening that is pointing to that direction.
Don't you think that his allies, his supporters, for those start to follow him? Do you know his personality is a titled man? And then you ask again, so are there people that need this one? And guys,
you can drop your comments and I'll be able to read it.
He will tell you. During my birthday, some of the bars I was sharing, they came up and said, I have this gift for you for your birthday. He said, no, how much will it cost? They told him, he said, I don't need gifts. Go to this school, they need bus. Go to this school, they need generator. Go to this school, they are having problem with their hostel. And you help me build hostel for that dormitory. They will travel instead of sitting on a first class. You say, no, what's the difference? Somebody in my village or this village can need their money. When can we in APC start thinking in this direction? When? I was in a space yesterday. Somebody said that APC, they are ready to collect power, should start thinking of how to buy votes, 10,000, 5,000. And he was not shut down by my fellow ADC brothers and sisters. When I pick up the mic, I condemn that.
What
and
was
say
your
no.
expectation?
The money we will use to buy that book, we can use it to touch their life.
Oh, really?
And that's what P2P is doing currently.
Really?
Going to IDP camp to be toilets for them. So people don't understand
ladies
what
and gentlemen, this is like
you go to some schools in Abuja and other places.
We are streaming alongside other platforms. If you go to Civic Space on Facebook, you would see that we are live on Facebook.
Yeah. Down to the stream, and people go to the stream, fetch the water and drink. And then we are discussing cholera. We are discussing so many communicable diseases.
So if you like Facebook, you can go check it out on Facebook.
ADC, different from APC. I don't mean town hall. Different from Bala Blue.
So yeah, I marvel when people like this would express shock. That they had the whole idea around ADC is not supposed to be to get votes by every means necessary. Are you not aware that the whole thing is to get vote by any means necessary? Like Wuru to the answer, like Fighting for My Freedom would say in the charts. Fighting for my freedom in the charts, you guys want to, merge blind supporters and of course rig if you have the chance to do so. That is the whole essence of ADC, pretty much. If you look at the antecedents of people like Atiku, you know that vote buying they are not new to vote buying. They are not new to vote buying, and it is important to get things sorted out, manage your expectation and know what you are getting yourself into. Know exactly what you are getting yourself into. The Nigerian opposition is an opposition that want to grab power and not to provide service to the people. The only party playing the opposition role in Nigeria is African Action Congress. African Action Congress. There's no other party. The Showore party is the only party that is playing the opposition role. It is the only party that is on the side of the people, antagonizing against the government. Whatever the government is doing that is wrong. These old tax policies that the current government is putting into play, like the only party resisting it vehemently and even writing reports, documenting reports about it is African Action Congress. There's no doubt. There's not even close. Others only give statement on X, and that's the end. They believe in vote buying. That is why they do not have structure because they believe in vote buying. Yes, that is very correct. Fighting for my freedom. Yeah, it is the reason why they decide not to, really invest in building a party and using their so-called popularity. It's about noise and noise and noise and noise. Yeah, let's keep listening.
That are just irrelevant to our dream. We don't need to care about what they think.
So if you are yet to figure it out yet,
or what they will do, somebody like me, I don't send anybody. And another thing that always disgusts me here is people addressing this Dele Momodu. After everything, you are keep on addressing him as sir. Elder. Are you guys not even ashamed? Elder, my foot. These people.
It's the same reason why you people call Mr. Peter Obi His Excellency.
Instead of him to
call Obi His Excellency. And I wonder what is actually excellent about Mr. Peter Obi. What is excellent about the man?
Digging.
What exactly is excellent about Mr. Peter Obi? Nothing.
The time you guys
his speech pattern, his oratory skill, his leadership roles, his records. Nothing is excellent about the man, and you call him his Excellency. Like really. And it's not only Mr. Peter Obi, it goes to every other politician, in Nigeria. You are His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency. What is excellent about you? Nothing is excellent about these guys.
Try to do it to another person. I don't think anybody is going to respect you on that. This man have been doubling down on the insult and attack on PO and on obedience. And some of you are still addressing him as sir or elder. This same sir, this elder, this same respect was what brought us to this level today in Nigeria.
Somebody will be calling.
And you guys don't know. I respect myself. I respect the elders.
His Excellency.
You see, PO and his own respect.
Can you imagine?
From people because of his personality.
That is a joke.
If you address PO like sir, he earns that respect.
That is not true.
It fits him.
I don't think
people like Dele Momodu.
People respect Mr.
They are only there for their selfish interest, which me and you know. Then why are you addressing him like sir? The same thing they played in 2022. These people, I don't even want to shout because I don't have power to shout. These same people, the same game they played in 2022 in PDP. And they destroyed PDP. Now they have moved to ADC. And they have started playing the same game again. I listened to Tambuwa. You see, one thing you will not take away from the North is that they know how to play this useless politics, but governance is 0, minus 100 to them. Tambuwa lamented
you are the ones that love the game of politics.
Demography.
No, you see people complain that, they need to play politics, the Nigerian kind of politics. But when they see the rawness, the raw Nigerian politics, they run away. And I begin to wonder, what the hell? What is going on here? You are the one that say you want politics, the kind of Nigerian politics. All right? So why the hell do you freak out when you get to face the realness of the Nigerian politics? Why do you freak out when you now see what politics looks like in Nigeria? When they now begin to show you, what war chest is all about, the reality of the Nigerian political landscape, and it deals with blind loyal followers. Blind loyal followers. That is the reality of the Nigerian politics. But when you now get to the gang of those that knows how to play this kind of politics, and you get to know that there are people that are also as blind followers as yours, you are also a blind supporters of a particular, you get freaked out, and I begin to wonder what exactly is the problem. All right, are you really interested in playing the Nigerian politics or not, or you want to really you want to really do the job of opposition, of building a party based on a political ideology? Now, one you go choose now, bro. You have to choose one. All right? You have to choose one. It's either you actually want to play the Nigerian politics, or you decide to koto and you also, and in the scheme of things, that's one of the things. In the scheme of things, Mr. Peter Obi no in level. Forget. Mr. Peter Obi no in level in the scheme of things. Now, in followers, no, they always, overhype him. He knows that in the scheme of things, when it comes to blind, loyal followers, he is very much a featherweight in the scheme of things. Is what? Is very much a featherweight in the scheme of things. All right, and that is just the truth. This is not just capping. This is raw truth. Raw truth, ladies and gentlemen. This is raw truth. Mr. Peter Obi is a featherweight in the scheme of things, all right?
If not some of these northern governors, maybe 2 or 3 of them, especially this Rufai, their plan was to give the
thank you so much,
14 former Senate president.
They don't care. Viewers, we are 14 already now.
What these people are doing, what Northerners are doing, I believe they will never take 2% of it from the South. And you see some Southerners aching them, you see some Southerners pushing them, you see some Southerners singing their praises. To what end? Haven't you guys disgraced us enough? It's high time you guys say enough is enough. It's high time. They can do a lot of things. Look at them on social media. Look at them. Not that they even love people. Not that they even love Southerners. The only thing they care about is their own person. It's their own person.
You also care.
They don't
The
care
only
about
thing you also care
anything
about
you
is
think.
Mr.
They
Peter
don't
Obi
care.
now.
Now,
You just want to
Tinubu,
use their numbers to get Mr.
managed
Peter Obi to power.
dribble himself.
Why
Get
do you
his
hide your
national
own interest
just 2 years, going
and
to 3
you
years.
downgrade other people's interest? They also
That's
want
again.
Atiku. They are blind.
They are moving
They want
into a new
Atiku
party.
to emerge as president.
And they are
You
moving
also
into a
want
new
Mr.
party.
Peter Obi
We know
to
that
emerge as
Tinubu
president.
is a failure. He has failed
All right.
Nigeria.
So
But
when are we going to
you
start
want to
looking
rescue
at
Nigeria. Rescue
making
Nigeria
a
for Tinubu.
revolutionary our president? When are we going to start, looking into that? Making a revolutionary someone that can actually do the job of, providing services to the people. A party that is actually built on the platform of organic support. It's either you subscribe to organic support or you subscribe to blind loyal followers. And in the scheme of those that have cornered the population of the people to themselves in their millions, Mr. Peter Obi is still learning the ropes. All right, in the scheme of things, if you doubt it, let there be election tomorrow, and you'll be shocked the number of people that will be voting for Tinubu, Atiku, and of course, in the scheme of things, let's face it, Mr. Peter Obi is the third. All right, in the blind loyal supporters spectrum. But we are taking a look at those that are gathering a politician that is very new in the block and is gathering organic support. Is sure, let's face it. If you doubt it, go to the website, African Action, AACparty.com. It is the website of the African Action Congress, AACparty.com. Go look at the website and check it out. This is thousands of people are registering into that website. Thousands of people, they are registering. And this is how you build, and it is for free, unlike the one of ADC that you have to pay money. You have to pay before you become a member in ADC to register online. On AAC website, it is free, aacparty.com. So go check it out. And that is where you know if you are being exploited or you're actually in the game that is actually factoring your own power into the mix of things. But as it is, I don't think they are factoring your power in the scheme of things. No, absolutely not. They are not factoring your power in the scheme of things. You have lost your power if those that you pay attention to is the like of Atiku, Obi, and Tinubu, and you think these are the political juggernauts in Nigeria. You are not willing to, this time around, we must be willing to support a neutral, new, revolutionary individual to become the next leader of this country. And it will be a very tough job. The next leader that, if you think you want to solve the Nigerian problem, you have to give it to someone that is ready to fight a lot of people. Get that one very straight. We have to give it to someone that is willing to fight a lot of battles. And Mr. Peter Obi cannot, he has not shown to be a fighter. Neither is Atiku. All right. And neither will Tinubu go down without a fight. Tinubu will never go down without a fight. And we must be prepared. All right, it's very, very important. Otherwise, you're just wasting our time. It's just going to be an absolute joke. All right, it's going to be an absolute joke if we are not prepared for the eventualities. No. That is just it. So please brace up, ladies and gentlemen, and begin to support organic political party like AAC. African Action Congress, organic political party. Consider that today, all right? And you rest your mind that you are not going to waste your vote. And what does not wasting your vote mean? It means you are going to vote to a candidate that can fight for it. That is what it means to defend your vote or not to waste your vote. What it means not to waste your vote is giving your vote to a candidate that can fight for it. Peter Obi cannot fight for your vote. Do not delude yourself. He would most likely want to go to court, a rigged court, criminal judicial system of Nigeria, and waste millions of naira. You know how much the guy wasted in the last election on judiciary, tribunal. he wasted a lot of money. All right, a lot of money. Let's keep listening.
Our own life here. Most of us here are in our 30s, maybe in our 40s, maybe in our late 20s. So just add 24 years. That is the country we find ourselves, you know, people that they don't believe in fairness, equity, and justice. I have always been big on fairness, equity, and justice. I believe that power should rotate around the country. I believe if power goes to the south, it should go to the southeast, south, southwest. It should go to the northwest, north central, and the northeast. And that was the beauty of
This whole power rotation is also a joke.
the constitutional conference that was constituted. The major key area in that constitutional conference was that the power should then rotate across the 6 geopolitical regions.
Really?
At some point, you haven't actually even saying that that there should be 6 vice presidents instead of just 1 vice president. That once you have a president, there should be 5 vice presidents from different parts of the region, because they understand how peculiar our political realities are as a country. I'll keep telling people this country stands on a tripod, or it sits on a tripod: unity, prosperity, and security. The prosperity aspect, we're not even doing well because we have the worst form of people that are always governing us. The economic piece, we're not also doing well because we have the security aspect, we're not even doing well because we have the worst form of people that are always our president. Then the only thing we have that should be going for us is unity, but in the end, it's not there, because these people, they always put their selfish ambition over that of Nigeria, and the reason for that is simple.
You always vote for the worst, from the worst of us,
and that's just the pure truth, you know. You see them bragging.
You vote the very worst of us
from just 1 or 2 states.
You not be complaining. Why
can make up for maybe the vote of an entire.
It doesn't really make sense to complain when you are the one voting for the worst of us. Worst of us.
That is one sad part about data, you know, and that's why I keep on telling people that no matter what, we should try and boost our political demands as well. We should actually pump it up. It wasn't like that, you know. If you go and check the 1959 elections that was held in Nigeria, the NCNC under Nnamdi Azikiwe won the popular vote. Go and check that result. Even though Tafawa Balewa became prime minister, but the NCNC then under Azikiwe actually got the highest amount of votes. But the British, being very mischievous, what they did is that they used constituency, because they gave more constituency to the north based on land size. So they use constituency to delineate political power. And that is why you had more parliamentarians from the north. And whoever could get more parliamentarians automatically becomes the head of the parliament. Wow. And that was how Tafawa Balewa became president. And to even shock you the more.
That is interesting. I don't sabi how to do this. I had no idea how to put images on but
after NCNC, the next person that took second on the popularity vote was Action Congress.
But I don't know whether
the Northern People's Congress, that's the Action Group, sorry. Northern People's Congress under Ahmadu Bello, they came third in that election.
This is the real opposition in Nigeria.
Not the British now, you know, they want people that they can easily manipulate.
Every other opposition is a joke.
Indirect rule. They didn't want smart people that could think for themselves, people that are highly educated.
Any other opposition,
them whenever they say one of those their nonsense stuff.
Let's face it.
So they just put in people there that were not even ready for independence.
Opposition
because they were not even ready for independence. They wanted the independence to be shifted. We were supposed to have gotten independence in 1956. But the North said, oh, we're not ready because they felt that the South would dominate them. And then the independence was now mid-1960. I'm sure that we are still not ready. And that is what we are still facing in this country. So it's really, really quite sad, you know. And let me actually pivot it to me as a person and my region, you know, as an Igbo person. You see Northerners who come out, especially come Muslims from the North, to come out and make me feel as if I am less of a Nigerian because of my tribe. And I asked them when I see these Northerners on social media, I used to challenge them. You cannot talk to me as a Nigerian. Your people have never voted for a Southern Christian when he's up against a Northern Muslim.
I'm afraid if that
Your
would be
people
flagged,
have
so
not.
I just had to
So until you have done that,
across platform. So let me just
then you can
remove this.
come
So I don't know
and
if
tell
I
me
can,
how more
if I can
Nigerian than
shorten
you are,
it.
than me, who my people have a very, very rich history and tradition, political history and tradition of voting for Northern Christians against Southern Christians. We've done was on the ballot box, but we voted for Yar'Adua, and we never regretted our decision until now. We still call Yar'Adua a great president. Ask any Igbo person
Really?
about Yar'Adua, they'll tell you he's a great president, because in the end,
Well,
what mattered to us was.
I think, yeah, I would agree with that rhetoric to a large extent, that Yar'Adua, because he was not given a chance to really, he did not spend so much time in power, and of course he put some very revolutionary moves. He reversed the cost of fuel. He actually was honest enough to admit that what the kind of election that brought him to power was a rigged election. So I do to a large extent agree with the sentiments that, well, Yar'Adua will have been better off. And of course, you now be wondering whether now the principalities and powers, took out that man, that great man, because you can see every indication that this man is, someone that really do intend to serve his people. But of course, Nigeria is a very unique, is a very unique country that does not really, that does not want, that does not like, progress. No, all Nigerian wants is just vibes and inshallah. But we have to change that. It's a very terrible orientation. Very terrible orientation. Please, fighting for my free future, kindly help me check if it is all the images that I'm putting up is coming out clear. Maybe I will have to verify myself anyway, but fighting for my future, is the images showing the one of joint AAC party. This is talking about opposition in Nigeria. This is it. This is what it's talking. This is what it is. The real opposition in Nigeria. This is how it looks like. This is how it looks like.
Now start painting me or painting my people.
Okay, I think it's coming out clear. But it's just like okay, well, I'm still getting used to the. Want to talk about Obasanjo. I'm still very much getting used to how to use how to share images on the screen. But after that, what happened? So I'm still very much getting used to it. Yeah. So, but it seems as though my own image is smaller than. Because it was now a Northern Muslim. My own is smaller than. Well, it is what it is. I'm still learning the rope in terms of knowing how to operate StreamYard. So please bear with me. Bear with me. Yeah, it's coming out well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Fighting for my freedom. Thank you for staying with me, and of course to all of the 19 people that joined this live. It's 40 minutes into this live stream. Thank you so very much. This is what we need to do going forward in terms of this is what we need to do. There's no jokes. All right, no jokes in going into 2027 elections, and of course educating our people, sensitizing our people. This is what needs to be done. This is the kind of outreach that we need. But I just hope that the system will just allow stuff like this, But well, I don't think we are violating any rules. We are very much focused on talking about the issues.
Can we look for another way out of the country? You say no. Everybody we die in this country together. But what are you doing? What are you doing to ensure that those people are not feeling resented? What are you doing? It pains me as for my region that the only time we had a president, then a head of state, 30,000 of my people died, especially in the north. And that was why when P2P came out again from my region, what did we notice? We started noticing ethnic profiling.
If you have a what's it called?
Where is it coming from?
Second device, I can send you invites
to a major candidate in an election.
I can send invites. Let me just copy it
to the point
and
that
post
the
it
government appoint
on the comment section
special advisors
for as many as those that want to join live.
These things, you support food aids. Even
if you want to join live,
nominated as ambassadors, pushing heads on a certain time.
If you want to join this stream live,
one man from their region dared contest for election.
Yeah, thank you so much. So if you check the comment section, you can actually join
ask yourself, what is
the live. Or okay, I think invite
for election from different regions, from different especially from the north. But nobody has pushed this profiling on them because the candidate is from the north.
Okay, invite guests.
So it's really quite sad. And I ask myself, like, is it that we're living in a country whereby hypocrisy?
So I think if you can access the comment section, you would see a link that will allow you to come up.
I'm twisting some people, and when they try to try out, will blackmail them and say, "Oh, they act like."
I have to put the link there.
It's really quite sad.
So if you click that link, you would be linked to our lives, and you can let's have this discussion. Come up. If you think what I'm saying is wrong, if you think apart from every other party, AAC party is the party playing the real role of opposition in Nigeria, come and challenge us. The link is in the comment section. Click that link and you'll be brought up and we'll bring you up to speak. You speak and you address us. You challenge us. It is very, very important moving forward. Yeah. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining us.
You are the 4 key major players. Amishi, I'm not calling me key major player compared to these 4. We saw the vote that Kano pulled out now. When that 2015 election happened, under 8 or 9 hours, the ones that first brought in their results that just turned the election upside down on its head. Still, the Southerners, the Christians, refused to have sense, especially in that 2023 election.
So yeah,
imagine a state like Bayelsa. Bayelsa disappointed me in the election.
Thank you so much for joining me.
I call myself a data guy. I actually thought Bayelsa would have gone 90% for P2B. Because P2B, when he was governor, people forgot that when he was governor, he was the head of Southeastern governors when Jonathan was seeking for presidency in 2011. He was one that first came out to publicly support Jonathan then.
Well,
and was the one then he was.
Are we prepared to really, fight for this country?
Refused to have.
Are we prepared to wrestle power from the hands of the behemoths, the principalities and powers? Or are we just going to? Are we just joking? Are we just joking around? All right. If we want what real opposition is all about, all right, this is the opposition, African Action Congress, AACparty.com. Check it out. All right. Check it out. And you either, thank me or perhaps you remain ignorant. All right. You thank me for referring you to this great party, a party that wants to build organic support, that wants to really do the job of opposition. We are paying many people in Nigeria, they are paying attention to the wrong opposition. And it's on the basis of, I understand, popularity is a thing in Nigeria.
Yeah,
popularity. People are so carried away with popularity in Nigeria, and of course, they forget that they are the one popularizing the popular ones. They are the ones popularizing the popular figures. But instead of them to popularize, to make an intelligent person famous, all right, they are making dumb people famous, and they wonder why the country is the way it is. It is not rocket science, really. It is not rocket science. You are making the wrong people famous. You are giving power to the wrong set of people. Why should you be surprised that the country is the way it is? You are giving the power to the wrong people. You are giving the power to the wrong people. You are paying attention to the wrong people.
The guy kept on pushing.
All right.
They are trying to shut him down by saying that the reason why the Southwest got presidency in 1999 was because of Abiola lost.
So you guys are paying attention to the wrong kind of people. Thank you so much, Dental Cargo, for liking our live. Yeah, like the live, power tap if it is necessary. And of course, you can use the link on the comment section if you want to come up to join the live session. Please feel free to do that, and we'll be more than willing to bring you up to challenge whatever it is that we are saying. It's very, very important we pay attention to the rhetoric. All right, it is very, very important. And of course, when it comes to opposition in Nigeria, the African Action Congress is the opposition, really. Others are a bunch of jokers. The Showore party, Showore himself,
sometimes I get tired with our people.
Is the real opposition
that we argue over that are not necessary.
Showore,
but anyways, let's move to
is the opposition. His party is the
we'll
opposition.
be good now. I think that should be
Whatever it is that you are seeing, other people there is just a bunch. They are a bunch of jokers. They are a bunch of jokers. They don't want change. They just want to grab power.
Okay. And then I see it. See me.
There is difference between playing an opposition role and wanting to grab power. There is difference between playing an opposition role and wanting to grab power. It's just two different things. And on the payment, make I try, stationalize this thing for you. Yeah, and I believe you'll still be able to hear me. There's difference between playing an opposition role and grabbing power. But it seems as though this current set of people, now power they won't grab. They are not interested, or let me just see if I can put it on my cap, like Daddy Freeze. Daddy Freeze has a way of doing this thing. Oh, let me see if I can do that also. All right, so grabbing power or playing opposition role is two different things, my brothers, my sisters, comrades and patriots. Let's not pay attention to power grabbers. Let's pay attention to serious-minded people that really want to do the job of providing services to people and representing the interest of the majority of the people. All right, let me simplify it for you. So as many as those that have served in any capacity as a governor, former minister, former governor, former senator, former House of Rep, former this, former that in Nigeria, they are in no-go area. I'm still having this feeling that it's not coming out right. They are in no-go area. So as many as those that have served in any capacity in Nigeria before, they cannot offer the kind of opposition that can create a pathway to a liberation. No. I can tell you that for a fact. I can do what? I can tell you that for a fact. Let me confirm if indeed we are streaming live. And I believe, yeah, I trust this streaming platform. Yes, I think we are streaming live on Civic Space NG on Facebook. So if Facebook is your thing, please do well to join us on Facebook. And of course, we have people joining us on Facebook. So I have simplified it for you. As many as those that have served in any capacity in Nigeria, none. Okay, tell me one politician that has really impressed you or have done what is impressive. So far, so good in Nigeria, except just performative, theatrics that these guys call politics. Performative theatrics. Performative theatrics. So, performative theatrics. Talking about real politics in Nigeria. Forget about those that have served before. You have to look into new emerging political platforms like African Action Congress, AACparty.com. I think what I'll be doing is to be flashing this thing intermittently. I don't want anything to be flagged here. AACparty.com AAC Party provides the real, and why? It is because it is made up of ordinary Nigerians, smart, revolutionary, strong-willed Nigerians that want real change for Nigeria. And of course, their arrowhead is very, very, it indicates the kind of agenda they want to carry out in Nigeria. Omoyele Sowore. Go and find out about Sowore. And you know, if indeed you want Nigeria to be better, or you indeed just want drama and you want the existing system of things to continue.
Taking people's space and trying to be condescending on my principal, and they feel that they can, they have that monopoly of no, that is only them that can run mad. Currently, my work is to retire. Currently now, I don't even care about Tinubu again.
Wow.
Because some people are mad.
You see the link. Wow.
What I hear today, yesterday.
Okay. I think
Sunday,
what you can do is to actually leave the live stream. Click this account, the Movement Radio account.
Honestly.
And
because I was thinking I will give some people benefit of that. I think
you see a post that highlights this video. Then click on that post. Then you will see the comments there, I believe. And of course, you'll be able to see the link. I don't know how best I can do this thing such that people can actually have access to this link.
I know very well that my people are
but well, it is what it is. So sorry about that.
But it will not stop. And they feel that okay, they will collect the ticket and
even this live stream, we want to actually
please collect that ticket
gauge
so that
how
we can
much
test that mic. You see that
it must have been
no structure.
But let's finish the live stream. That
I know how so far
2 hours.
I know personally how I'm
just 55 minutes into the live. So, but
2023 generation. I know how what he did. If they that it is, let them do it so that I can even test them. So that completely you can now retire from Dubai totally. I'm tired. No, even that Jagu, this one you're even saying, you have to even say ADC because currently now, you feel that you have to, the enemy within is more brutal than the enemy outside. You build a house that have a member. That house you want to use to be using it as a shield in order to
talking about enemies within. Enemies within is a very huge concept in the Nigerian scheme of things, in the Nigerian political scheme of things. Enemies within, it's something that is quite a big deal. It's a big deal. Enemies within, that is, those among us that knows better, but are basically selling us to the oppressors. And we have many of them in APC. And see, do not get it twisted. You think, that's why I laugh when people in the ADC think they are the one, they have the monopoly of technocrats that are supporting their cause. Of course, they do. They do have the obedient movement also have lots of professionals supporting them for their own reason or for their own interest. That does not really make sense to me. But APC do also have, brilliant minds that are supporting. In fact, brilliant minds that are basically pulling the strings and carefully and curating social engineering that would further the docility of the Nigerian people. See, a people cannot be this docile by just chance. Let me repeat that. A people cannot be this docile by just mere chance. It is a very careful social engineering. And of course, you have to give it to those that actually orchestrated this kind of society. This kind of society of docile people. You have to give it to them. You have to give it to them. And for a party to really control the emotions and agitation of the people at this scale, they know their onions. All right. So that's settled. It will take a conscious, critical masses of the people to actually, shut down this corrupt system of things. And that is why we have always point your attention to aacparty.com. That is the only party that is poised to gather intellectual minds that can bring about the kind of, historical duty that is needed to shut down this system. The system is rigged. Let's not lie. The system is absolutely rigged. And it will take a shutdown situation. And that shutdown situation can take so many shapes. It can take a political shape. That is, if the masses of the people that knows better and do better vote for platforms like African Action Congress to overwhelm the system and, of course, constitute enough voting bloc so that, there will be legitimacy to really, because, of course, it's only going to be delusional if you think that President Tinubu will conduct a free and fair election. Just forget about it. They are going to play the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration is going to play every rule in the book to ensure his re-election. And the oppressed also must be willing to play every book, every dirty, and I don't even want to use the word dirty, every means necessary. The oppressed also have to use every means necessary to ensure that they remove this corrupt system of things. It would also indeed take a conscious masses of the people to remove these current criminals. Let me use my Revogelism microphone to actually help this ministry because and don't they pay me. So yeah, and it's such a joy that we are having platforms like this. And we have platforms like this so that we can actually set the record straight. Yeah, so I'm gonna, of course, yeah. So it's gonna take a conscious masses of the people to actually take power from the hands of this, behemoths that are in charge of our systems. And of course, if you are talking about systems, I'm talking about the current system of things in Nigeria. All right, the current system of things in Nigeria is no joke, ladies and gentlemen. these guys are serious. They are very, very serious, and they are willing to, to maintain their grip. They are willing to maintain their grip for time immemorial. They are willing to maintain their grip for time immemorial. If you do not shut the system down, the system will end all of us. And we can already see that it's already been a threat to the best of us. Look at what happened to Anthony Joshua. He came to Nigeria and tragedy struck. And by and large, that accident is very, very much avoidable. It's an avoidable death that shouldn't have happened in the first place. But well, it happens. It happened. And it is the reason why we must actually bond together as a people to actually, queue behind the real opposition. The real opposition. Of course, I can see that majority of people that are joining us live are doing that on X. All right. On Facebook and on YouTube, there are no viewers yet, but it's fine. We have to just pass our message one way or the other. If you are to look at, the demography of voters in the last election, you observe that there's a lot of voter apathy. There's a great deal of voter apathy. A significant amount of people that should vote did not vote. A huge significance of those that should vote did not vote. And by and large, many of those that did not vote do that intentionally, not because they don't have voters card. It's just like a protest against the system, saying, I am not going to, this system is rigged, this election is rigged, what is the point? But if this block of votes, unless you are going to argue with me that there are no Nigerians that are saying that they do not believe in electoral processes, they switch off they raise their hands up in the air, in absolute submission, that, well, whoever emerges, because in their mind, they believe that whoever emerges has been determined pre the election. So why waste their time? But in real essence, this voter block, this demography of voter block, they need to really realign and reconsider that very, sabotaging position. They are sabotaging themselves. They don't know. If this voter bloc gives their votes to an opposition figure like Sowore, like the African Action Congress Party, all right, if they can actually give their voting bloc to a serious opposition like AAC, not the wayo opposition, of past criminals, not the ones of the likes of Atiku and career politicians. I'm talking about the real opposition party. All right. If we can organize ourselves behind serious parties like this, we are going to be singing a new song. No complaint. No, it will be no more complaint. But it seems as though we are addicted to complaints in Nigeria.
Check the votes from all these states and all this region. You will be able to understand and know how this thing is done. So in the party, my leader is running and also participating today, which is the ADC. We are trying to kill that zoning and this particular thing that the APC has been using, which is the advantages of Northwest and Southwest. Those advantages, we are going to kill it in ADC. We are going to run a government of inclusion and enshrine this zoning thing, so that when it gets to maybe time of the North Central or time of the Southeast in zoning, every political party will choose a Southeastern candidate.
Voila! I was just waiting.
Who is your leader?
I was just waiting.
Who is your leader? is
It's
he going to
it's
get to
it's
it by
interesting.
tomorrow? Like my body
It's
was
interesting.
scratching me. Voila! Finally, snake oil seller.
So,
Snake oil seller.
who is your leader? Who is your leader, Chief? Chief, who is your leader?
Eh?
So,
Snake oil seller.
so I will do.
What constitutes a snake oil? Trying to push a propaganda, right? But it seems as though even the ones that are guilty of that offense are the one accusing people of being selling snake oil. But the thing is very, very simple. Are we going to get serious this time around? Are we going to get serious this time around, or we are just going to keep fooling around? If we indeed want to get serious, here is the platform that we are supposed to support. If we are going to be serious, but I don't think we are ready for that discussion yet in Nigeria. And of course, until we are ready, we are going to continue to call out this madness going on, this obsession, the obsession of the current established criminal, parasitic bedbug politicians, economic bedbugs. Shout out to you, Ebitimi, for saying this, for giving us a new description of the current system of things. They are economic bedbugs, political bedbugs. And if you understand what it is, and you understand what infestation means, bedbug infestation, Nigeria is infested with political bedbugs. Nigeria is heavily infested in economic and political bedbugs. Political and economic bedbugs. These are now the reality of them. They are in every parastatus. They are in every institution. They are everywhere. And unfortunately, many of our people are supporting these economic and political bedbugs that have infested everywhere across board. And these are the ones that constitute themselves as opposition. They are not opposition. They are economic and political bedbugs. They are parasitic. And all they know how to do best is to suck and to exploit the people. The only political platform that I would recommend is aacparty.com. AAC Party, African Action Congress, the Sowore Party. If you know Sowore, you should know African Action Congress. If you think you disagree, if you disagree with this, that's fine. And of course, if you check the comment section, there is a link that you can actually click to join this stream live and direct. There is actually a link in the comments, and people are saying they're not seeing it. All right. I don't know why. I think you should be able to see that link. And of course, if you are comfortable, you can drop your line on your WhatsApp line on the comment section, and I will send you the link directly there. If you want to come up. If you want to join this live stream, like live and direct, and challenge us, all right, on all our positions, please feel free. You are very, very, and the bottom line still remains that all of those that are getting the attention of the opposition in Nigeria, they are a bunch of jokers and parasites. All they want to do is to exploit from the people. The real opposition in Nigeria is Omoyele Sowore. All right? This is the real opposition. This individual is the real opposition in Nigeria. All right? Are you familiar with him? All others in Nigeria, they're a bunch of jokers, and they are there to really exploit from the people. Nothing more, nothing less. And what is opposition? what exactly is opposition? If you look at what opposition is, you'll be disappointed in all of these people gallivanting themselves as major opposition in Nigeria. They are not opposing anything. Okay, what is fundamentally different in terms of policy documents or policy commitments between the government of the day and the likes of Atiku Abubakar and Mr. Peter Obi? Tell me just one. There's no difference, bro. There's fundamentally no difference. All right? The only difference you have is that they are saying, yeah, they are going to approach it a different way. Are you going to remove subsidy or not? The answer will be yes by Atiku, Tinubu, and Peter Obi. The only person that will tell you no to that answer is this. This is the only person that will tell you no, that will vehemently reject the whole idea of removal of subsidy for the people. Very, very, very short and precise. All right. And of course, the only political platform that is poised to play the opposition role in Nigeria is African Action Congress. How do you become a member? www.aacparty.com. That is how you do it. All right. This is how you get it done. Please, if you indicate if you want to join us live here, we'll send you the link. Kindly indicate in the comment section, I need the link to join the live stream. Video live stream. Let us know. We'll bring you up. There's no doubt about that. And of course, we are also very much connected.
That zoning becomes
we
law.
are tuning into
So
what
that
other Nigerians are saying. Yeah, of course, if you can listen.
And then maybe Southeast that has been disadvantaged, we get their turn. North Central that has been disadvantaged, we get their turn. So we are saying that your argument doesn't make any sense. That's what we're telling you. It's not because of who you are. So if you have a counter argument, let's talk on the level of argument.
The
okay?
counter argument is that this whole, arrangement of it is the turn of the North, it is the turn of the South is a complete, joke. This whole saying that, let the North have it, let the South have it, is a complete what? A complete joke. See, until we get to that reality, saying that, it is the turn of a particular set of, a particular tribe, will not serve our interest. It has never served our interest, and it will never serve our interest in Nigeria. The only rhetoric that, let me ask, somebody is requesting. All right. The only arrangement that can work for Nigerians, is the arrangement of meritocracy. That is, you give power to the most qualified. The most qualified party to lead the Nigerian people to carefully re-engineer the warped Nigerian political landscape in Nigeria is no other party except this particular party. Okay. No other party apart from this party. Every other party they are a bunch of jokers. If you are talking about political and economic re-engineering, all right, talking about political and economic re-engineering, this is a party to pay attention to. All right. Talking about resistance to the current system of things in Nigeria, this is a party to pay attention to. All of these other jokers, and this all, it is the time of the North. How has it helped our cause in Nigeria? We have been doing it for the past 30 years. We have been doing this turn of the south, turn of the north, turn of the east, turn of the west. We have been doing it. It's not a new idea. How do you think, it will be any different this time around if we are going to, toe that line? Some are even saying it. Did not have had it. They have played their own mumu. The West have also played their own mumu. The South has also played their own mumu presidency. Now it is the turn of the East to play their own mumu. Mr. Peter Obi said this exact thing. And of course, I will figure out how to, play videos, on this live very soon. But, as time goes on, I will figure it out. But he said it that, let the East also do their own mumu and go. And many will even argue that if we are to present a candidate in the East, Mr. Peter Obi is not the best. He's not the best brain in the East right now. And being the most popular politician in the East is very also arguable. But being the best is also very, very, it is debatable. All right. And of course, let's produce the most brilliant personality to lead us in Nigeria. Is it very difficult to ask? Or we remain the way we are? We remain the way we are, or we produce the best minds and we work towards supporting or building a political platform that is committed to doing this. Now, one we go choose. Disagree with me at your own peril. Disagree with me at your own peril.
You are lumping together things that are unreasonable right now. People are giving you data, the spread that matters in this electoral calculation.
Mm-hmm.
And you are shouting alliance. Even if you are going to go into alliance, wouldn't you be fair? Wouldn't you observe equity and fairness even in the alliance?
Hold on. Yeah, but the point is, sorry.
Talking about fairness, all right, and alliance. The question to ask us once again is that, are we talking about alliance of the people, of alliance with the established parasitic bedbug politicians? Now, one, we could choose that. We have to choose our alliance very carefully this time around. And if you are making that alliance, make it from a standpoint of well-informed choice. If your choice is to parley and strike alliance with the established system of things, all right, the parasitic kleptomaniacs, the political and economic bedbugs in Nigeria, no problem. Go and meet Emilio Kan and the ADC People Coalition. Yeah, all right, the aggrieved, displaced criminals. Go and coalesce with them, no problem. But it's not going to go without consequence. Know that for a fact. There's no way you go and form that kind of coalition and you will not cry later. Let that sink in. But if you are very much committed, all right, if you are committed to a coalition with the oppressed people, join this platform. All right, follow this particular account, the Movement Radio, and of course, Liberation Chats. I'll try to put that Liberation Chats, the Civic Space media, very, very important. Follow those accounts and keep tabs, all right? And of course, you also have to join this party, aacparty.com. As you are on this live stream right now, you can quickly check it out and decide for yourself. Make an informed choice. No be by force. My oga, my madam, no be by force. Go and strike alliance with your favorite oppressors once again. And we will be here. We will survive it. And if some of us does not survive it, those that survive it will continue to remind you that you have basically, committed an atrocity against humanity. Any Nigerian, especially any enlightened Nigerian that knows how to, log into X, knows how to solve the internet, and still yet decides to, strike alliance with these current politicians, posterity will judge such person. And of course, that kind of person would see what will happen in the not too distant future. It has always been complained. Those that strike alliance with Buhari, it is complaint that ended it. 8 years of complaint, 8 years of time wastage. If you are talking about wastage of time, Buhari is an absolute joke, a waste of time. And of course, the current system of things, they also sold Emilokon to you as an economic juggernaut. The person that tamed the Atlantic Ocean. He tamed the Atlantic Ocean and he turned around, according to many people, the economy of Lagos State. The kind of economy that is on paper, it is not in the pockets of the people. What a genius. An economy that budgets trillions of naira, but yet the standard of living of the people is still very much below par. People are living from paycheck to paycheck. That is even if they have the paycheck safe. They are living from hand to mouth. And I am in the place, I am in this Lagos State that you are talking about. I'm in Lagos. So I was born in Lagos. So nobody can explain to me what Lagos State is all about. Nobody can tell me the tale of Lagos. The kind of hunger in Lagos. And of course, you see politicians living the life of luxury. You see politicians giving their girlfriends 20 million naira just in one sitting. So he wants to replicate at best this kind of situation in Nigeria. And of course, go and look at how much he has borrowed. They said they have paid debt. Are you aware they also borrowed money in billions of dollars? Billions of dollars. But look around you and see whether or not you are benefiting from any billion-dollar infrastructure in your specific location in Nigeria, anywhere in Nigeria. And he has spent 2 years. He's about to spend the 3rd year already now. Look around you and tell me whether or not you are enjoying a $1 billion, tell me if you are experiencing a $1 billion infrastructure in your area. Do you have a library in your area? A library standard, equipped with all of the books that you can use to expand your horizon, that students can have access to, that has a Wi-Fi in your whole area, in your own local government. And count the number of churches that are in your area. Count the number of mosques in your area. How many number of libraries are in your area? That aside, how many hospitals are in your area? Because the whole idea of having multiple churches, according to all of these people, they are like so that members can have a walkable distance. According to them, 5 minutes walking distance. Why can't we replicate the same thing when it comes to healthcare? 5 minutes walking distance of healthcare. Or perhaps 5 minutes emergency ambulance to get you from where whatever emergency happened to the nearest clinic or the nearest hospitals. Do you have that in your area? All right. How about education? Do you have enough schools in your area? Go and find out the number of children that are in per class in your area, per class. The number of students per class. In the center of excellence that I belong, that I'm talking to you from right now, an average of 80 to 70 pupils, students in one single class. And the ratio of students to teacher is not less than 100. 100 students to one teacher. Go and look at the ratio in other countries that budget the kind of budget that Lagos and the Nigerian government, they budget, and look at the kind of fraud, the criminal minds that you want us to keep paying attention to. It is very, very simple. So do you want to still strike alliance or remain loyal to these ones, or you are ready to organize behind an ideological, people-driven political platform like this, ahacparty.com? All right? Are you ready? Are you ready to really, really have that, or you are still willing to fool around? All right? Or you are still fooling around? So let's keep listening to this particular space while I attend to a message.
Oshendo, it's high time you stop disgracing us. If you want to speak all these irrelevant things, go to your space. There's a space that's meant for you guys where you can deceive yourself, talking here you want. Go there, stop coming here. You are not confusing anybody. Why do you like taking insult? See, if you are my brother or my senior brother, I will take you to a shrine. They'll fry your head because I don't understand. You like taking insult from people. People you try to confuse that are smarter than you. Can't you just understand? Read the room. They are way smarter than you. All these things, they're just waiting for you to die because they know where you're going. Simple question they ask you. You start beating around bush. You can't even answer. Why are you doing this to yourself? It's paining me on your behalf. It's hurting me on your behalf. Stop it. It doesn't make any sense. Every day you find your way in this place and start talking rubbish. What you are trying to do is not working.
Hey.
You have been trying for how many months? It's not working. You keep on pushing. Why can't you respect yourself? Why can't you respect yourself? They ask you a question. You guys are the ones giving these people hand, giving this daughter as that makes them always disrespect us. You guys are the ones giving this hand. See what you are doing. Dribble yourself because you don't want to say the truth.
Disrespect.
Why are you doing this to yourself?
Really?
Why are you doing this to yourself?
It's interesting why people, all of these guys will talk about disrespect.
Your fucking self.
Well, you have to ask yourself what you are doing to yourself too, my brother.
One day
Wait.
You are basically hurting yourself by following and pledging your allegiance.
I'm not even abusing, but what I'm telling you is that this disgrace you are bringing to us is too much. You have to stop. Outside, I've been the one cautioning you, telling you, bro, it's high time you stop. But instead, you keep on coming here to disgrace yourself. I'm not tired. People you are trying to sell this snake oil to, they are smarter than you. These people you are trying to convince, they are smarter than you. They know this game more than you. They are 1,000 head ahead of. They are 1,000 step ahead of you. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?
Stop, then you understand.
No, it's not working, bro. Stop. It's not working. I don't hate you. But I hate what comes out from your mouth. That's what I hate. I don't hate you. I don't hate anybody. Right. But your mentality is what I hate. Your logic is what I hate.
Well,
your reason is what I hate. Your approach is what I hate. I don't hate you as a person. But percent is what I hate.
But you see people talk with so much passion, so much passion that you see that these people want a country that works. But well, talking about misplaced priority, and of course being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Being in the wrong place at the very wrong time, it's a thing. Being at the wrong place at the wrong time is a thing in Nigeria, and of course, we must look into it carefully. And of course, this is very, very intentional. Very intentional. It's very, very clear that this is intentional sabotage, sabotaging your own self. You are sabotaging your own self by pledging your allegiance. All right, pledging allegiance to the very same people, or expecting salvation, expecting a people, the set of politicians that has created the mess to provide some level of salvation, or perhaps to rescue the situation. It is looking at help in the wrong places. Looking for help in the wrong places. And we need to stop that. Looking for help in the right places is what we should look into. As many as those that have served in one capacity or the other in Nigeria cannot provide any form of solution to the problem. Let's not get it twisted. Unless we are just kidding ourselves. But if we indeed want the level of, if you want a new Nigeria, and of course, these people sell this rhetoric, new Nigeria, change, renewed hope. They come up with so much, fantastic, noble innuendos or perhaps rhetoric. All right. The one that is claiming Imole in Osun State. The people of Osun State is still very much in darkness as we speak right now. The people of Osun State are still very much in dark. There's still no Imole. Imole means light. Imole means light. But what is happening to the people of Osun State as we speak right now? The people of Osun State are still very much not, does not have Imole, do not have light. All right. And this is also a testament of the reality of many Nigerians. The reality of many Nigerian people. Darkness. Some areas, they are yet to see light in the last 20 years. And I'm not exaggerating. Some areas in Nigeria, they are yet to see light in the last 20 years. Some areas in Nigeria. Some areas are not even electrified yet. Pole, wire, transformer, never even entered their area. All right. Transformer, rope of electricity has not entered their area. They are still very much in darkness in this country in 2026, where countries are celebrating 50 years, 40 years of constant electricity. All right. Where countries are celebrating 20, 30, 40 years of constant, uninterrupted electricity. This, as I talk to you, I still use generator today. They just brought this one. They brought the light not quite long. And it's still not an assurance that, it would, we'll use it over the night. All right. So it is what it is in Nigeria. And of course, so as many as those that believe that we should keep supporting these, these jokers, you will need to reconsider that your stand and consider, organizing with, this sort of political platform. All right. This political platform is what you need to consider supporting moving forward. All right. The African Action Congress, the Shore Party. All right. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. Unless we want to be, deceiving ourselves or kidding ourselves. Every other opposition figure or party in Nigeria is absolute joke. Every other opposition figure in Nigeria is absolute joke. All right. The only political platform that can actually offer some sort of solution to the problem is this. All right. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. All right. And it now one we go choose to continue this way or to go a different path. And talking about a different path, a new pathway to liberation, correct liberation. No be this liberation. Parasitic liberation. If you are talking about real liberation, to liberate the Nigerian people, to actually deliver us from the hands and the grip of economic bedbugs, economic and political bedbugs, parasitic kleptomaniacs. If that is what we indeed want, we have to politicize our struggle. And politicizing our struggle will mean that we will render the sort of support for parties like African Action Congress, AAC party. And to register will take just barely few minutes. You are already done registering, and it's absolutely free. Absolutely free. Not like some people, that are collecting money. ADC, many of the people that have registered under that party and have paid membership fee, they are complaining at the moment. Complaining bitterly.
Jago,
It's
please,
crazy.
whoever has this phone should return it to the real owner. Please.
Yeah, but honestly, this place where Systematic asks us quite. Wait, hold on, Systematic. Do you want to grab power? I mean, how did you even ask that question? Like, bro, come on now.
No, I can understand.
Do you guys want to rule?
No, I can
It is-
understand.
it is-
Listen, guys, let me translate it for you. Systematic is born to rule. You get. So he wants to know
Exactly.
whether you have to understand these things, guys. He is born to rule.
You
So he
guys
wants to know
think,
whether
that's not a joke. What
This
somebody
whole
says is
idea
not a
that some
joke.
people are
It is
born
a
to rule is
mindset.
a joke.
And it's not asking you to.
I think humanity
you
has
want
gone
same?
past this.
do you want the same? Do you
Humanity
want what I
has
have?
gone
Born
past.
to rule and live in poverty. Born to
Humanity
rule
has gone
and die
past
of insecurity.
no.
Are you guys not tired?
Being born to rule, or a particular region, born to rule, and this whole idea of rulership, is it rulership that we should be pushing in 2026 or leadership? All right, leadership. Are we pushing leadership or rulership? Oh, so sorry about, man. Oh, okay. Okay, I think we are back. I must have hit the wrong button. So, are we talking about leadership or rulership? Very, very important. Very important. Unless we want to deceive ourselves or we want to kid ourselves. But if we are serious, we should be looking into leadership. And talking about leadership, this is the platform that can provide that leadership that is needed. All right, the sort of leadership that can bring about the kind of change that we want. Bringing about the new Nigeria that we anticipate. All right, every other platform or political organization that is just making noise and just writing blogs and long epistles, that is just making mouths and gallivanting with big agbada and pot belly. That is not the sort of what is it called? Opposition that we want, or the sort of coalition that we want. We want the coalition of the average man on the street, the organizers, the tailors, the welders, the plumbers, the IT professionals, the ordinary professional, Nigerian, the professors, the lecturers, the teachers, the artisans. That is the kind of coalition we are looking for that would even bet the new Nigeria. But this coalition of agbada wearing, bed bugs, political bed bugs, they are not the kind of, alliance or coalition that we should be excited about. And it's quite unfortunate that some of our people are excited about this. Talking about, the kind of character that we should actually, consider, this is it. Are you familiar with this particular person? Are you very familiar with this person? Because unless you just want us to talk about the problems, if you are very much interested in solutions, this is the solution. An absolute revolutionary to the core. A leader true that has served in a small capacity and big capacity and has been tested and trusted. Someone who is not an average, politician. Not an average politician. Just a normal Nigerian with, a normal background. In fact, go verify from his background in Kiribo. All right? Not all of these ones that were born into privilege and they want privilege all their life. It is very, very distasteful when I'm hearing it. Yeah. Mr. Peter Obi has gotten has rode to this every stage politically by just privilege. Go and argue with the facts. Before he became the governor in Anambra State, it was through privilege. It was through what? Privilege. Privilege got him the power to become the next governor. His hand was held by Baba Ojukwu. He was endorsed by the founder of the Habga party. All right. And he promised not to leave the party. He promised not to leave the party. And that is also a red flag. You know, someone that cannot respect his own word is not a leader. Someone that you cannot hold accountable to his own words is not a leader. Let's get that very straight and very clearly. You cannot hold somebody to his words and he can stay true to his words. That is not a leader. That is an unprincipled person that cannot be relied on. Kindly like the space, the live stream. Tap on your screen. Please tap on your screen. It's not only enough for you to enjoy what we are putting out and you are just so carried away that you are not liking what. If you indeed like this sort of content, please like it. Demonstrate that by tapping on your screen right now. I want to see the reflection before I move on. All right. And that would give us a kind of validation that, of course, we are communicating.
I'm gonna support you here. I'm gonna step in. You said Amechi.
Somebody is even saying Amechi is his candidate. Really?
The South never
Amechi,
supported Buhari.
this same Amechi.
They didn't support him in
Interesting.
2019. They didn't support him in 2023. So what the hell are you talking about?
I think this question is not from Igbo. Just to for your reminder, Tudo is not Igbo by.
Wait a minute. Amechi play a vital role in making Buhari.
Oh,
president.
please don't just scatter the conversation. Where are you taking us? Please, systematic. Hang on. I beg you. Don't scatter this conversation.
The host of this space
doesn't
want anything.
Let's come back to that. Hold on.
And what kind of you are hosting a public discourse, but you don't want variety. You don't want any. You cannot even stand anyone that is not pushing your agenda, your rhetoric. That is quite pathetic. That is quite interesting. When you run a public discourse, you have to be confident enough in yourself to have an intellectual conversation with people. Let people challenge your position. But you don't want to be challenged. And these are the kind of people that supports. These are the crops. These are the organizers of the coalition. They cannot stand scrutiny. So if, for instance, if Mr. Peter Obi becomes the president, please tap on your screen. No? Tap on your screen. If you want us to keep doing this, unless you just want to keep watching and not tap on your screen like the live stream. So if Mr. Peter Obi emerges as the president now tomorrow, and this person is now appointed Jagun Jagun, he is known as Jagun Jagun on this street of X. He's appointed to as a publicity secretary or perhaps anything within the line of relating with the people. He would basically be shutting people off for attacking attacking in quote or criticizing the government. How pathetic. And of course, we on this side of things, we want to be challenge us. Let us talk about records. Let's talk about character. Let's talk about history. It's not a matter of just selling snake oil. It's about arguing with the facts. The facts are very, very stubborn. My food is about to get cold. All right, let me just do that while we take a listen to.
Or the northern
The alignment
support them,
line now. To over to
Yes,
the
sir.
alignment situation is here.
Yes, sir. So now the Yorubas, the northerners went to the Yorubas, begged for their support, and they granted them the support, and they actualized their presidency. And in return, not the Southwest guys came to the North and demanded for the Northern support, and did not pay them back. This is a win-win situation. What did you present?
Excuse me, Sister Madam. What are you saying? What is this guy saying? What do you mean? Hey, Yoruba, wait. Which Yoruba? Wait. Which Yoruba went to beg the North? You mean Tinubu and Buhari had an agreement? Is this man okay? Which Yoruba went to the North and what is he saying?
Turning your back on Tinubu now.
What is he saying?
Tinubu now. No, stick with him. Since you guys rewarded him,
What is he saying? I'm sorry to barge in. What does it mean by Yoruba went to the North plead with them? What kind of Yapalo conversation is this?
Guys,
he needs to calm down.
One of these
I had my hands up, but it's like everybody, I don't understand.
No, you have your turn. Let me just quickly time in this. These guys, hold on.
Systematic, just hang in there.
Hold on, systematic. Hold on.
Hang in there, systematic. Let's take Colade and Sergeant Sue, that will come back to you.
The BS these guys always feel, and they spew it with so much confidence that you think everything, when they say not, you think they have the entire North, like the North Central is not part of the North. They will come and they had agreement with who. So the South is not a region, right? Because you've been saying the Southeast must form alliance, they must team up with other regions. So the North Central is not a region. The Southwest is not a region. The South, the South is not a region, right? The only two regions missing in this piece is the Northeast and the Northwest. So what the hell are you talking about? Guys, you know shit about politics. Because the way you just keep spewing trash, you guys are the disadvantage, whether you like it or not. Tinubu have put you guys in the corner. Because right now, you have only the Northwest and the Northeast. Tinubu can do anything with North Central and other regions. So you are the leader. And I hope they will come in 2030. I hope they will come in 2031 and still spew this rubbish. Because we will remember, we won't forget. The South won't forget. Okay? The South.
These guys are going to spread
the South will not forget.
Faster than IPOP. I can guarantee you. You see these guys, everybody is thinking it's IPOP that is the problem. You see these guys with their mentality. They are going to break this country very soon. Faster than IPOP. I can guarantee you that.
They don't believe in one
I give up on him when he
one Nigeria.
He says, guys, hold on. You notice how he starts by saying the North, and then he goes, the Igbos. And I'm like,
let's take Sergeant Sio. Let's take Sergeant Sio. Then we'll circle back.
Thank you for giving me the mic, Mr. Jago. I really enjoyed the space. Actually, I wasn't feeling too good, so I was on medication. I was listening and I slept off. And I was listening through my sleep, and I woke up back to it. And you guys are doing a great job. Tunbo and Velele, the way you guys tackle conversations here is very encouraging, to say the least. Thank you so much for having this space. Jago, I know you've been doing this space almost every day. I appreciate you for all you do. See, I was just in Nigeria in December, and the reality of things on the ground, it does not even half represent what I'm seeing on Twitter. It's like you guys live in this different bubble, in a different space. And the way you discuss politics online, and I'm worrying, are they discussing the same country I just visited 2 weeks ago? The country is so far gone. and I'm hearing somebody saying, do you want to rule Nigeria? If I was physically in the space of that person, I understand why that lady said somebody has not slapped you before. Because it felt like it needs to be slapped. Because what do you mean, do you want to rule Nigeria? He was speaking like he owned the country and he wants to do the East a favor to come and rule it. My body was boiling. Hey, and I'm Yoruba, by the way, anyone is wondering. Hey, what do you mean? Do you want to rule Nigeria? What kind of conversation? If you're having this, if you're saying something like that on a space, imagine what you'll be doing in the real physical sense of things. Imagine the mentality. Imagine the ownership you feel to use the word on a common space. Do you want to rule Nigeria? You're speaking to a region. You're asking them. Those are words you say.
Interesting.
In their parlor. I was so boiling in my heart. So that aside, this country is so far gone that it doesn't even matter who rules it or who doesn't or what region. At this point in time, you already know that it's not even about which region is ruling. It's about who is ruling and how much can they garner to their corner real fast, real quick. That is the truth. So if people are saying, okay, you've been sharing the ruling for the last 20, 25, 30 years. Let us do it too. Why are you fighting them for wanting to do it too?
Interesting.
And you're asking them to go and jump.
Well, but let's see whether that sharing formula, those that actually had the gentleman's agreement, they call it gentleman's agreement, but there's hardly anything gentle about it. Please, like the live stream, it would communicate to the algorithm such that it will push it to others. And if you like what you are listening to, I think the least you can do is to tap your screen and like the space, the live stream. And of course, talking about turn by turn gentleman's agreement. So the people that constitute the gentlemen that made the agreement, let's see whether or not they are going to they are going to go by that agreement, or perhaps they do not respect that kind of agreement, because we know that Atiku is very, very much interested, and he said he was not going to he's not going to step down for anybody. He said it loud and clear that he's not going to step down for anybody, and that would mean that this whole North and South thing, although history have shown that that's always been like that. After Obasanjo, a Southwest president, the power returned to North briefly. All right, Yar'Adua, and of course the power got to South. Then after South, then the North added for. But at least technically, they can make argument that Atiku is about to really take the slot that Yar'Adua was not able to use complete. But all of this permutation, all right, my people, all this permutation, how has it helped the livelihood of the ordinary man on the street? How has he really provided good governance? How has it ended bad governance in Nigeria? And that is very, very much paramount. It's very, very, it is the ultimate of this whole discussion. How does he help us? How does he advance our cause as a people? Except just the permutation of permutation upon permutation. It is interesting. Well, when are we going to start paying attention as a people to political platforms that are really, really serious? Not the ones that are just talking about theatrics. Theatrics. It is all theatrics. There's nothing that have to do with good governance and serving the people or providing social amenities to the people. Providing social amenities to the people is not what constitutes what these guys does best. It is not their you know, their strong points. You know, their only strong point is putting the people's resources into their pockets, positioning themselves to exploit from the people. That is the only thing that they know how to do best. Kindly remember to tap the screen and like this live stream if you like what you are listening to and you want to encourage us to do more of this, because ultimately, if people don't want this, we will not do it. And of course, we want to actually send a strong signal to basically pass a strong message to the conscious community in Nigeria, both home and abroad, that of course we can have the people's media. As we speak right now, the mainstream media are pushing propaganda on an industrial scale. The level of propaganda in mainstream media in Nigeria, and they, of course, look at the ownership of those people, those mainstream media. It is alleged that Bola Ahmed Tinubu owns TVC. The current your president owns TVC and The Nation newspaper. You know, it is alleged that a PDP chieftain, Raymond Dokwesi, owns AIT. Channels Television, CEO is currently working for APC right now. So you can see it from their action when they organize political events like debates, and they exclude, very iconic, famous revolutionaries like Omoyele Sowore. They exclude these ones from the platform. They do not give airtime, to them intentionally. They do it intentionally. It is not by chance. They do it intentionally. It is quite deliberate. It is what? Very, very deliberate. That is when you know whether or not they are indeed neutral or not. They are not neutral. We know them that they are not neutral. All right? We know that they are not neutral, but they deceive on say they're neutral. When in actual fact, they are far from being neutral. They are remote control. They are being controlled. All right? They are being controlled by some orgas at the top. Some orgas at the top controls them. Some orgas at the top controls them. So how do you now expect them to really play the neutral role? They can't play the neutral role. They can't play the neutral role because, and of course, you'll now be wondering if actually there's no neutrality in Nigeria. There is indeed no neutrality in Nigeria. That is why we need platforms like Movement Radio and Civic Space to basically not play, into the rhetoric of the establishment, politics, the establishment media. The establishment media have been cornered already. And there's no doubt about it. It's not even close. The establishment media has been cornered already. And we have to take back our country as a matter of necessity. All right? Let me take this call and I'll be back.
Otherwise, you are going to wake up tomorrow and it's something else you're going to be seeing. You're like, wait, what? When did this happen? So that's the difficulty of our situation, unfortunately. But I totally agree with you, my brother. You're very correct. Very right.
Yeah. So Tudo, you remember when we had this discussion before? Tudo said, so I'm trying to have a discussion, but people won't even agree that the country is bad, right? There are people that have not even agreed here that the country is bad. So it's like, are you not living the reality I'm living? Like, bro. Anyway. Zaida, you're waiting. What
yeah. I always like make this comment. For example, the Northwest, the Northeast that have supported Buhari for so many years, election cycle after election cycle. What did you get? Besides your region being overrun with bandits. Before Buhari came into power, people were traveling from Abuja to Kaduna and they felt that they would be safe. They can no longer do that under his presidency. You talk about being in power automatically means that your life will be better. The Northeast had VPs in the person of what's the name?
So yeah,
Atiku.
we're
And now they
back.
have a
So
VP under the person of Shetima. Did it save them from Boko Haram? Did it save them from the bombs? Did it save them from poverty? Did it save them from terrorism? What the hell are you talking about? You have all that political, that's what the part that disgusts me the most. You talk about your numbers, but you do nothing with it. You just give it away freely to politicians that don't give a damn about you at all. With all those numbers, you don't even have like you don't even have the decency to ask for good governance. You don't have the decency to ask for minimum investment for the vote that you have been given in bulk, like in bulk. And then you want to come and lecture the rest of Nigerians. Out of all these presidents and this capital that you say that you have, tell me, how are you better than the rest of Nigeria? Give me one example. Is it education? Is it poverty? Is it infrastructure? What do you do with all that political capital? You have the numbers, but how are you better than anybody else? You guys are clowns. Bigoted clowns.
Clowns.
All right, Jago, I beg, we have a long list of requests.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Manage it, and then we can maybe start dropping people. Some of those simple things for me. ADC can, our beloved party, they can shout and scream about equity and fairness all they want, but it makes no sense. You're something inside you has to say the Dele Momadus of the world, saying Atiku is the best person to lead Nigeria at this time. Forget the age argument, right, that some of us have been making, and forget these other
all right,
issues.
yeah. So yeah,
you have to be able to ask yourself, is it fair to have Muslims running our country if Atiku takes over for 16 years straight? 16 straight. Really? How do you want to make, and you see how he was dancing and dancing around it, right? It doesn't make any sense. Religion is an identity issue in Nigeria. It's our existential reality. It's a fault line. It is not going away.
Well,
it is there.
Well, it is going to go away. If we are going to put enough resistance, just by putting enough resistance, it is going to go away. And that this is what I'm basically here to do, to debunk some of is a listening along live show. Is a listening along that there's a particular space going on, and I've tuned in to listen along and debunk some of this rhetoric in real time. So yeah, it's a distress call, it's an emergency call by a comrade, and I have to attend to it. So yeah, so it is very, very important that we debunk some of this rhetoric that there's no way we can grow above tribal rhetoric. We can grow beyond tribal rhetoric. This whole north and south ethnic politics, ethnic permutation, we can grow beyond it. And of course, it's disappointing that the Nigerian intelligentsias, they are the very one that are fanning the flame of ethnic politics in Nigeria. Let the best man do it. It doesn't matter where the person is coming from. Where the individual that wants to lead is coming from is not the consideration. The consideration here is whether or not the person can do the job. This old North and South bullshit, I beg your pardon. This North and South nonsense has not favored the Nigerian people. Let's not even lie. As you're entering the space, please, as I enter the live stream, tap on your screen, please. Tap on your screen so that it will send the signal to the algorithm and push it to those that can actually tune in. So it is very, very simple that what has not worked would not work. It will not work, it has not worked, it will never work. The whole ethnic thing is, oh yeah, okay. Oh, let me check. Somebody is oh, sorry, okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think I have the honor of having the African Wahala join the live stream. And of course, I think I have brought you up. Just one moment. Let me see. Oh, let me. Okay, the African Wahala is on the live stream. Yeah, you're welcome, the African Wahala, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
How you decide of things?
Thank you.
Yeah, comrades. And I believe
can you hear me?
we can do this together for the next, perhaps the next hour or so. Oh, the African Wahala, you've dropped. You've dropped. Kindly rejoined. Hope it's not from my side. I don't think it's from my side. Please, African Wahala, please rejoin. Yeah, okay. All right.
Hello.
So yeah. Wow. They don't. I said it that they go take this our light before they don't take light. They have to take light, and of course, it highlights the reality. That is what I like to do my things raw. All right. I don't hide. You can see the background of my house. There's no. We have to get to a point where we can actually not, paint or dilute our reality. We have to paint that reality to the whole world. You're welcome, African Wahala. Yeah, are you there?
Yes. Good evening. Hello. Hello.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, definitely. Please proceed. How are you doing from that side of things? How is the temperature? How is the ambience from your side of things?
Yeah,
Hope you are
everything
in
is
good
good.
spirit.
I can't seem to turn on my camera. I wanted to turn on my camera, but I'm having issues here on my device.
Let me see if
So
I
I'm not
can do
able to.
that.
Unless
from
if I
this side
can
of-
maybe get out and join back in, maybe that can.
Let me see if I can do that from my side of things here, but I don't think so. I can't turn on the camera from this side. Just try to figure it out.
Yeah.
So sorry
So I
about
think
that.
I'm gonna step out and step back in. Maybe that would fix it.
Okay. Try
Yeah.
that first, and then
Okay. Thank you.
let's explore that option. Yeah. Thank you so much. And of course, this is a testament that that link works. I dropped the link. Oh, okay. I think it's from the. Oh, wow. Yeah, I dropped the link. Okay, I think the YouTube people can actually see the link. Wow. Okay. Okay, from YouTube. Thank you so much, the African Wahala, once again. It's nice to have you. Yeah. I believe the camera. Yeah, the camera is on now. Yes,
Yes.
the camera is on now. Salutations, boss.
Yes, sir, my brother. It's good to do this on a
Yeah.
face-to-face basis.
Well, yeah, very, very nice. Nice to see you.
And you too.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, we are here again. Thank you for. I think this is a good approach if you are able to, come on live I see you're having this presentation on Movement Radio, and I think it's a great avenue, that you can reach out to a lot more people and share some of the revolutionary ideas that we have to make things work, to at least improve things. I mean, we don't need to pretend about where we are, right? Because me personally, I'm not in the country, I'm abroad, but I know what we are going through. And a lot of us that are in the diaspora, a lot of us are extremely upset, and that's why there might be a loud voice of people from outside that are yearning for a better country, yearning to have these people held accountable, these same corrupt people that have been in control, and their behavior has trickled into society. A lot of people would tell us that the representatives of the country are a product of the society, which is true, because the corrupt leaders, they come from within us, the people. But their behavior at the top, the impunity that they operate with, is what eventually trickled down into society that made society very, very corrupt. So an average person became corrupt. It's not as if innately we are corrupt people, but we've become corrupt. It has become a part of our culture, mostly because it's trickled down from the top and it has spread into society. Everybody wants to be wealthy. Everybody wants to make money by taking the shortcut. So I'm just happy to be here with you, my brother, and to verbally spar anything we want to discuss about.
Thank you so very much. It's nice to hear your analysis of the reality that we face in Nigeria, and of course, that's always been a joy since our paths has crossed. Since we met on a space, on a Twitter space, this app, this capitalist app that is run by
Elon Musk.
So it's been such a privilege to share and of course have a very good rapport with brilliant minds like yourself, and you've been a source of inspiration to me personally, and of course to many people that have been listening to your analysis on our platform on Liberation Chats. And of course, this is also an opportunity. We explore every means to reach out to the people, every means necessary. And of course, when the Movement Radio reached out to me, that they have a platform that they can actually, where we can actually come just use the platform, basically use the platform, and that will enable us to stream and of course reach out to people. The name is not really the most important thing. The message is the most important thing, and we don't want to say because of civic space or anything. No, if it's the Movement Radio that is providing their platform to reach out to the people and to bring the message of liberation to the people, why not? And of course, when it comes to platforms like this, the commitments that is attached, and this platform has made that commitment already. So we are more than willing to explore it, to use it to reach out to people. And of course, we have been saying it times without number, that the time to really fight for the liberation of the Nigerian people is now, and not if we are to do it today, we are late. As the day goes by, it all keeps reminding us of the need to really bring about a new Nigeria. This is not the kind of Nigeria that we dream of from every angle. All right, nothing is basically, as I'm speaking now, there's no light, there's no power. All right, and very soon this laptop, let me check, how many percent? 43%. So I will have to go on gen very soon. So it's very, very important that we paint this reality the way it is, for the whole world to see the reality of the Nigerian people and the need to facilitate. Oh, they don't bring them again. The need to facilitate. You go see. Can you see? So we need to actually facilitate, a change of leadership. Those that call themselves leadership are not leaders. These are carpetbaggers. These are parasitic entities that all they know how to do is to empower themselves, to enrich themselves and their cronies. And it's the reason why they have, over the years, they have been able to corner and build, blind, loyal followers to themselves. They have been able to, just like all of these, our, God of men, as you would like to call them at times, or pastorpreneurs, as you love to call them. They have gathered over the course of 20, 30 years, they have gathered a network of multitudes of blind, loyal supporters. And these are what they use to actually, pass across their message, or as power, even to the system. And of course, there's need for a counter to all of this rhetoric flying up and down. We need to counter it. We need to debunk it. We need to resist and facilitate the enlightenment of the Nigerian people. And that is essentially, and all of these guys parade themselves as opposition, because Nigeria is in a quagmire, a government that does not really care about them. And of course, an opposition that is pretending to play the role of opposition, but they're not really opposition. So Nigeria, they will now begin to give you, expressions like we are in the middle of something, and it did blue sea, something like that. I don't know how to call that English.
Between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Yeah, devil and the deep blue sea. They'll tell you the devil is in the detail. So this is the kind of rhetoric that they sell to, as if there are no other options. Of course, is it actually true that there are no options in Nigeria? And because there's difference between saying something and perhaps whether it is actually a statement of fact or perhaps just social engineering. Because if you can socially engineer a people that they don't have an option, then they will most likely think that they do not have an option, except the one that they push to them. So that is when we'll now begin to now say, okay, there is indeed an option. There's option. This individual that is on the screen right now has represented an alternative option and solution to a problem, a political and economic problem. We have been sabotaged politically and economically. But is it actually true that the only people that we have as options are the jokers? Is it really true that the only people that we have as options are the jokers? No, we have options.
I think for people that are closed-minded, people that can't think outside of the box because they've been conditioned not to be able to think outside, there is no option. But for someone that can think for yourself and you have some experience, maybe you've read, or maybe you've traveled, or you might have some experiences in life that makes you realize that you can see outside of your box, then you realize it's possible to go with another alternative. Because right now, what most people are telling you, especially those following the obedience movement, they genuinely believe that it's only with their new huge numbers that they can knock off the APC administration, for example. And they consider the APC administration as very detrimental, which I agree with. Obviously, the APC has done so much damage, but they're trying to follow the movement. Now they are having to form a coalition with the same APC members, the same PDP members, the same guys that make up the coalition that the Obedience are joining together with, are APC members and PDP members. So their argument is, if we don't join with these popular guys, then we don't stand a chance. But the truth is, they can form a coalition amongst themselves. I'm talking about the victims of Nigeria. You can form a coalition amongst yourselves with people, and you guys are going to get huge numbers through the AAC, the African Action Congress Party. Is not going to join hands with the APC members or the PDP members. It's going with the oppressed people to try and liberate themselves. But because we have this culture of just following popularism, we worship our fellow human beings, we are easily controlled, and it mostly stems from our culture. the culture side of things, the religious side of things. It has made our people easy to control. And because the people are easy to control, they just don't believe in their own capacity. They don't believe that the victims, the people that are oppressed, can form a coalition and knock off the oppressors. They just don't believe it because of the cultural and traditional and religious influences, right? And that's why movements like the obedience movement thrive and exist, because they have that worship culture. They have to worship the popular Obi. They can't even really name something that he did. For example, he was a governor for 8 years. Okay, what did he do that is spectacular, that would make you want to follow such an individual, that gives him so much credibility? What did he do? You can't really name anything tangible, because even the Anambra State is just like everywhere else in the country. So I just don't understand. But at the same time, it like I said, it comes from the cultural and religious influences that makes people easily follow us.
It is cultural. People have been curated and culturally engineered to behave that way. People have been engineered to think a certain way, and of course, this whole idea of always falling in line with a political big man, it has become a culture that if you're not a big man in Nigeria, you stand no chance. You stand absolutely no chance if you are not a political big man in Nigeria. And it's a culture that has to change. It's a culture that have been carefully engineered into the subconscious of the Nigerian people. It has been carefully. And of course, it will take so much, resistance, to take so much, education. And that is the whole idea of platforms like this, the Civic Space, Liberation Chats, Movement Radio. It is the reason why we want to commit to this, to actually start that re-engineering, all right? Because anyone that does, programming, all right, or some sort of, deprogramming or perhaps coding, if you understand computer, you know that if something is programmed to act a certain way, with enough expertise, with enough, effort, you can re-engineer it to serve a particular. So there's need for us to re-engineer our political orientation as a people, and recognize what constitutes what opposition should look like. Opposition, there's a criteria of what constitutes an opposition. There's a criteria of what constitutes a successful government. A successful government that is actually providing, the services that is necessary for its people. All right. And you have said something quite profound at the African Wahala. You said, if anyone that's taking a look at, take a look at a very critical look at Anambra State, even when Mr. Peter Obi was the governor, of course, how different was it to the other states in Nigeria? How different? What's the difference? What is the fundamental difference? All right. And of course, as a leader, you should actually be able to, lead your people, or perhaps perform such that your performance or perhaps your leadership resonates in time. Whatever it is that you are able to do, people can have a solid evidence to make and this is not even in a too distant future that is like ancient. You have to go and do archaeological digging. This is you projects, policies, systems that you have put in place that it is difficult, all right, for any devil to come and reverse it. All right. There's a particular president in American history that came up with the whole social security number, idea. There's a particular, there are particular leaders that have been able to put up systems in place that they can never forget them. You cannot forget what they have been able to do, because they have put systems in place that is nobody can reverse, because it's just pure logic. All right. But how do you explain someone that even while he was in office pays 10 naira to firefighters as a hazard allowance. 10 naira. Hazard allowance of 10 naira. And he did not even improve it till even after. It is quite laughable. How about firefighting equipment? How about water, providing water, treated government water that will be distributed and channeled to every household? How about housing units that an ordinary man can have access to? That they will remember, it was during the time of so person that ordinary people can have access to these housing units, like the one that we had in Lagos that is still there. Nobody can reverse whatever Jakande has done in Festac and My 2, Jakande Estate. And if you go to that estate, it is not filled with rich people. It is just ordinary Nigerians that were able to have access to these properties. But look at it, what these people have been able to do. And that is why I have a way of simplifying all of these things to our people. As many as those that have, led or perhaps ruled in any capacity in Nigeria, they are not qualified to really be on the, to even be given an option to lead again. Because anybody that is satisfied with whatever performance that any of these guys have done so far so good, have no taste for quality. You don't have what the whole idea of what quality means. And of course, what do you think, the African Wala, about individuals or perhaps Nigerians that are living in the diaspora, but yet fan the flame of continuation of this political hegemony, this whole system of things? They want it to continue. They want Nigerians to always pay attention to these failed rulers. What do you think about this development, and what would you say would be the antidote to this poison that is gaining so much ground among our people?
I think they are the most disappointing, those ones that have had the opportunity to live in countries. Because if we are being honest, a lot of Nigerians want to experience living in better countries, right? And for those people that have had the opportunity to live in such countries, and they still keep on pushing for the continuation of the same system that they ran away from, they are the ones that I find least forgivable, because what they are doing is very unfair. And they often seem to have a loud voice. If you notice, they often seem to have a loud gathering. They are able to put resources together to keep on pushing this continuation. And I think the antidote to that is for people like us to continue telling them the truth. Because, for example, you that you're living abroad, you left Lagos. Let's even assume you're from that same state that Obi was a governor of. But you lived somewhere else. Maybe you lived in Lagos or Abuja throughout your life. You used to visit your hometown once in a while you were living in Lagos and Abuja. And then you've moved abroad. You've lived abroad in, like, let's say London for the last 15 years. Now you've been living in the UK for the last 15 years. At least in the UK, life is not perfect. There are so many problems, but some things work, that they are only imaginations from where you're from, either in Lagos, Abuja, or in the states that you're from, where Peter Obi was the governor of. That when you get back to your house in London, you always have the basic things like running water, you have electricity, you have lights, you have access to decent medical care. At least it's not perfect, but at least it's decent. You have access to emergency medical services. If someone collapses in your house now, or if you're involved in a car accident, you can easily call 999, and then there will be an emergency vehicle that will come to that location within the next 10, 15 minutes max. You have access to these things. Now, you're telling us to go back and be following a guy that was a governor for 8 years that could not provide none of these things that I just mentioned. Why? Why do you want me to follow a guy that had 8 years opportunity to provide these social amenities that I just described? He had 8 years to provide them. He did not provide not even one of them. And if you want to prove me wrong, show me one tangible part of Anambra State that has electricity, or that has running water, that has good roads, that has anything good, good hospitals, where the average citizen has access to the hospital, the average student has access to good schools. Show me one part of Anambra or any other part of Nigeria. It's not even an attack on Obi, because they often get emotional. They think that, oh, you just hate Obi. Maybe you're a tribalist deep down in your heart. You're just masking it with something else. That's what because I've had many of them talk to me that way, right? But at the end of the day, I'm just being truthful. And you also need to be truthful. Ask yourself the question. You've been living in London for 15 years. In your London that you've been living in, do you want Anambra or Nigeria, any other part of Nigeria, to have a close resemblance of what you're experiencing every day? Just tell yourself the truth, and tell yourself the truth. Does Anambra have any one of those characteristics of where you're currently living? For those of you that live in Australia, you live in different parts of the US, Canada, and all these other places. Does Anambra State have anything close to where you're living? If the answer is no, then why are you telling us to follow Peter Obi? It's just that simple. So for someone like me that is telling you, I don't want that guy, he might be the best amongst these popular guys. Maybe he's a little bit better than Tinubu, he's better than Atiku, but that doesn't mean that I like him. I can't like him, and I can't give him the benefit of the doubt, because we've sacrificed so much of our lives living in this perpetual poverty. We can't continue this way. For that reason, we want an absolute change. We don't want anybody that has been there, because all what you've delivered is what we have right now. Like I said, there is no part of Anambra State that you can point to that has access to emergency medical services, that has access to 24 hours electricity, that has access to pipe-borne drinking water. None whatsoever. People are still getting killed and kidnapped unjustly by the police. Their dead bodies are getting thrown into the rivers. Their family members don't get justice. So we don't want that system any longer. We want a complete change. And that's why we can't continue following the people that have been providing mediocre societies. To even make it worse, they rub it on our face. They go and collaborate with APC members and PDP members, and they call themselves a new political party, that they are trying to rescue you from APC. Come on, we can't. That's ridiculous. So that's my solution. If that was a solution at all.
Yeah, it's indeed solution. It is this, because you have made recommendation that all we just need to do is to stop doing this. Just stop it. If you have been pushing for the continuation of this corrupt, rigged system of things, just stop. That is solution right there. All right, that is solution. Just need to stop it, because to as many as those that know better, they should be able to do better. Knowledge is a burden. Experience is a burden. Because you have an experience, the noble thing to do is to actually pass that experience to others and say, well, I have experienced this. And of course, based on my experience, this is the best, course that will lead to our liberation as African people, as Nigerians. Nobody should be able to experience what it feels to live like in Canada or UK or Australia or US, or these are not perfect societies, but at least you cannot, not anywhere close to what we have in Nigeria. Nothing close to it. However terrible or perhaps many deformities that you might point out arguably from some of these societies, when you look at Nigeria is like AI in comparison with it is in terms of poverty. Okay, poor people have access to food banks in some of these societies. Do we have food bank in Nigeria? No. Not. Do we have food stamps in Nigeria? No, nothing like such. If you are hungry, you are hungry. You are on your own. You either have to beg and grovel on the floor from your fellow struggling Nigerians, because other people they are struggling too. Even that man that is riding a Camry in Nigeria, a Tokumbo Camry, you'll be surprised he's also struggling. Maybe perhaps he bought the fuel inside the car with his last card, and you are there knocking the window that, oh God, please, I beg, I never chop. The kind verse where you go verse for you. And it is coming from a place of tension, not particularly because the person is wicked. And that is the reality of the Nigerian, situation. It is reality. I went to buy fuel 3 days ago and I saw someone buying 3,000 naira fuel, the equivalence of what me too I am buying inside my small jerry can into his car. So you'll be wondering, is this is an anomaly? This normally person will get that kind of car supposed to be able to buy at least half tank or almost full tank. That in the estimation of within the range of 30 to 40,000 naira conveniently as a middle class person. But that is not the situation. So if you are poor, you are poor. Unless you are pretending to be rich in Nigeria, the gap between the poor and the rich is just too much, and it is all thanks to the economy and the kind of atmosphere that these current failed politicians have created. And of course, that is what we should stand to resist and of course bring to an end. We have to bring that system to an end, and it will not go down on its own. It will take efforts of conscious Nigerians. It will take efforts of brilliant minds that are conscious, revolutionaries that knows exactly what they want. That is what it will take to dismantle and to bring down this corrupt system of things. And we have always said that. And of course, this is an avenue for us to reiterate that rhetoric one more time. That Nigerians, to all 57 people watching us at this moment, we are telling you loud and clear that the solution to our problem is ourselves. We are the solution that we want. All right, we are the solution to our own problem. The very day we turn our attention away from this corrupt, bedbug opposition kleptomaniacs that just want to grab power by all means necessary, the better for us. The more we begin to pay attention to revolutionaries like the one you are seeing on the screen right now, the better for us. The better for us. The earlier we do it, the more we postpone supporting revolutionaries. And you can see, even before without him being in government, you can see his impact. You can see his impact. And this is not just trying to market or trying to push. He's already a very fulfilled, known figure. In fact, there's nobody on this app, and if you can make a very, rough estimation that there are millions indeed on this app, and you can make the argument that on the street there may not be people that know Sowore, but on this app that has millions of people, nobody can say it does not know the person of Omoyele Sowore. It's not even arguable. All right, but yet, how about acceptance? All right, or perhaps supporting the little effort this individual is making to basically pull down this wicked hegemony that we have in power. All right, and this is just a matter of just one individual who has figured it out that, well, you cannot continue to play the sideline, figure. We cannot remain on the sideline forever and just keep making noise. We just, on camera and just be analyzing stuff and just be talking and, talking about the problems without being the solution. And that is the reason why on this platform, we would avoid the temptation of only talking about problems without providing solution. That solution is indeed, debatable. All right. Come debate us, come debunk us. All right. We provide the solution to the problem. And that is politicizing our struggle. And of course, there's a political institution that is very, very much positioned to actually, be a vanguard of this struggle. The AAC party, the African Action Congress Party. All right. This is just on a take it or leave it basis. You don't have to agree with us. You don't have to agree with this platform on this issue. And of course, we also throw it open. The link is there for you to actually come up and challenge whatever we are saying. We are not basically pushing an agenda here. Unlike these other people that I want to play, let's just take a listen to what they are saying for some minutes.
And they are going to keep us sticking to that their mentality. Except maybe they decided to tomorrow have their own country. You understand me? They don't see us as part of Nigeria. They just see us as a kind of ladder to climb to. They see people
They see PO, they see Obidient as a ladder to climb to Aso Rock. They're not seeing us like normal human beings. You understand me? These people now are the ones that supported Buhari. Even when Buhari was destroying Nigeria, they keep on supporting him. If you see 80% of these people for the law, they have now switched article because they want power. They're not telling you that Tinubu is a failure, that they have to change Tinubu. They know that this man now, this now has nothing to offer. They know that one. But it's none of their business. They are not, you see that want good governance. They don't want what you want. They just want power. You understand me? They just want power. And for their mind now, they think they are playing fast one on us. Because what they're trying to do now is for PO. Because I think when PO contests, if PO should contest primaries under it, I think it's not going to,
those that
according to INEC, I think it's not going to move to another party again. So am I right?
The shifting of
I believe that's the rule.
You know, the shifting of and the mirroring is just the projection. Psychologists will call it projection. You know, you have this guy is basically projecting his own agenda on others. You know, and assuming that is what others. Yeah,
the man is sounding. It's as if he's talking about himself and their movements. You know, when they are speaking, because you are saying they want to use Obi to get power. But that's exactly what Obi wants to do. Obi wants to use them to get power too.
Exactly.
That's why he's joining them. Why can't Obi join you guys? You guys that are his supporters. You are 6 million. You guys have what it takes. You don't need all these criminals. That's my criticism of their movement. You don't need those criminals from PDP and APC.
All they needed to do was just to scale up. Just scale up that 6 million to like 8 million to contend with the person that won in the last election. That's just what needs to do. Scale up that figure. And of course, 6 million people very much committed to scaling up. They stand a better chance of adding 2 million to their numbers. In fact, they can even double that number with enough efforts.
Yeah.
But their principle is very defeated. You know, in his mindset. And of course, he demonstrated that in the last election, because at the time when you knew that you have been rigged out, the next thing to do was not, and you have a thorough knowledge of the Nigerian criminal judicial system, you would not go and spend 700 million trying to get back a stolen mandate. 700 million to get back a stolen mandate. And of course, at the end of the day, what you would say is that, well, we just want to go and challenge the system, the process. You did not challenge the figures or the winner. You know, you now begin to wonder whether or not this person is indeed serious about becoming the next, leader of Nigeria. That is just what some people will be forced to make that conclusion. That are you really serious, or you just want to keep wasting people's time? You know, because and if you look at the numbers, 6.1 million voters voted for you, and you cannot trust that support base. You do not that support base. You cannot maintain it. The platform that gave you that vote, you cannot sustain and build with that platform. You would rather abandon the platform, abandon even those that believe in you, and go and pitch your tent among those that you have once called the structure of criminality.
My crazy. Brother, see, it's the way we are almost saying the same thing. We can almost predict what we're about to say, because we've seen it played out for the whole world to see. And I hope one of you guys that are following the movement can watch this and just rethink about what you're doing. Come on, does this even make sense? Why am I going back to my vomit? Because if you are really trying to get rid of APC, then why are you going back to meet APC to collaborate with APC? Why didn't you guys just be? It would have even been more integral. It would have showed that you have more integrity if you built a political party from scratch after that 2023, and you work towards maybe 2027 or maybe another election cycle. It would have made more sense than for you to go back to your vomit. That just shows that you are desperate.
it reeks desperation. Of course, it reeks of desperation because there's no other way you can. There's no. I try to wrap my hands around the logical reason why he would pull that move by abandoning, a something that works. You are a first time, candidate, and you are able to pull 6.1 million Nigerians on your side. That is just 2 million shy from becoming, at least for instance, of course. And of course, if indeed you were rigged, they actually cornered majority of your votes, you should at least say, okay, well, they have cheated me this time around. How do I do it such that they don't cheat me again? How do I, capitalize and, make use of this support base such that would become so much force that we can overwhelm a system that rigged me out? Or perhaps scale things up, build the platform that we used as Vanguard to gather that kind of support, manage the rhetoric, stay away because the whole idea of people even supporting and voting for Mr. Peter Obi is the projection that he has committed class suicide. People have this perception that he has moved away from them. That is what constitutes the support. Okay, you disagree with me, sir?
No, he hasn't moved away from them, sir.
But that is the perception that actually, lured many people to actually support and vote for him. People have this perception. People have this perception that he's away from them. In fact, I can make a rough projection that many people that voted for him voted along the lines of the perception that he has detached himself from those that we consider the criminals. People thought that he has committed class suicide. And that is why he was also able to make such statements like, yeah, these are structure of criminalities, making reference to these very same people that he's joining right now. So the perception was very, very clear that, well, he has committed class suicide. But of course, now returning back into their midst was a turn off for many of his. And well, let's see how it will turn. Well, already now we are already hearing that he has already agreed to a VP position. All right, yeah. We are getting that.
Really?
That he has already agreed to become vice to Atiku. Atiku had made it very, very.
Is that confirmed? Is that confirmed? Has that information been put out?
It's not confirmed, but there are many rumors strong enough to suggest that. All right, there are many rumors strong enough to suggest that the whole thing is already dusted. They have already ticked the box, dot the I's and cross the T's as far as who becomes the party flag bearer candidate. Yeah, so as far as ADC is concerned, and that is quite disappointing. And from the standpoint of someone who was able to gather that much votes and cannot just scale up, and you now begin to wonder if at all. And the same thing goes to Atiku. Atiku is also, we can grill Atiku too on the basis of that same thing. It destroyed People's Democratic Party. Even though we do not endorse this party, but look at the lack of managing of crisis, and of course, that same PDP was a platform that gave him almost 10 million, if not more than 10 million votes at a time. All right. When he was running against Buhari got, I believe, 12 million votes, and he got 10 million votes under the platform of People's Democratic Party, running alongside with Mr. Peter Obi at the time. So that kind of political platform that got you that, but you're not able to scale up or perhaps even build, the ego was just there. And this is talking about, an orientation to actually build a system from leaders. And you can see beyond every reasonable doubt, that these people do not have a mindset of building systems. They care about their own ego and interest. Yeah. It's all about their interest and ego. It has nothing to do with building a system that can be, that others can benefit from. That is quite selfish. When you have personalities that build political platforms, even when they were serving in office, could not do what can outlive them. That what they have been able to do is just performative, something that they can just use to reference that, yeah, there was a time you did this, there was a time you do this, but future generations cannot benefit from it. You cannot, the system cannot benefit others. And this is just making reference to this great figure I'm going to put on the screen here, because he is not just, running a show that is just a solo show. This is someone that has replicated himself in the minds and hearts of many people, thousands of people. Yeah. He has even gone a step ahead to build a political organization that others can also use to leverage and also use as a pathway to actually facilitate their own political, journey to serve their people. And of course, giving people the soft landing, because if you look at the party, all of the process that it takes to actually become a member of the African Action Congress, you will see very clearly that this is a pro-people, non-capitalist, exploitative, or profit-driven agenda. This is all driven towards just giving people a platform and creating a system that can outlive all of us. And you can see the commitment that, okay, when we are gone, or even let's say, for instance, myself, I detach from politics, the system is still there for others to use. That 20 years from now, we can make reference to African Action Congress as a political party that was created to basically give the common man a chance to lead. That is building a system that outlive you in your own capacity. But of course, what do we get from this set of those that call themselves major opposition leaders, except just ego and interest and just vibes and inshallah, and of course their big bellies and agbada. That is what they have been able to show for it. Agbada and just drama and theatrics and just personal ego. No system. You cannot trace any system to them. What system, in terms of politics, as Mr. Peter Obi has built? The only person that we can even say have a fragment of that, which is also very toxic, is Tinubu. Tinubu actually is a system person. But the kind of system that he built is a system that benefits himself and his cronies and his future generations. A system that benefits his future generations and his political children. Now the kind of system where that one they build with us.
I'm still here with you, brother. I'm still here with you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, yeah. The kind of system that only gives leverage to political godfathers and political godson and goddaughters. A system that his children can benefit from. A system that will facilitate the continuation of his empire. Now the kind of system we Baba they build with that. All right, and that is what sets him apart from the rest of the bunch. Oh, okay. I have to plug this on.
Your mic is on mute.
I had to plug the design of this laptop is such that once I remove this audio interface, I will not be able to charge simultaneously, and of course the battery is low at the moment. So I believe I'm still coming out clear. So yeah. So taking a look at the whole thing, am I still coming out clear, sir? Am I audible? The African Wala, am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. Let me see if I can quickly reconnect. Am I audible? I think I am audible now. Okay, well.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, I'm audible now. Okay, I just had to quickly change strategy. So yeah, the kind of system that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is committed to building or has built is a system that basically maintains the continuation of his political and economic empire, and that is also very toxic. If you ask me, it's very, very toxic. And it's something that needs to be reviewed going forward. And of course, let's take more listen to our brothers, our misguided brothers and sisters. According to us, anyway, it is debatable. Anybody can question us that. Why do you call them misguided? What right do you have to call them misguided? What infantry do you have to say some people are misguided? Well, if you have that, if you have that view or position, please feel free to use the link on the comment section, or perhaps reach out to us. We will send you the link to come and challenge us. It's very, very important that we have we are able to rebuke whatever rhetoric we put out there. And of course, to all 64 people watching us right now, big shout out to you. And of course, please like if you like what you're listening to. If this sort of content appeals to you, kindly follow Movement Radio, and of course follow Civic Space, and of course tap on your screen to like the live, and of course that will give others it will communicate to the algorithm that we are doing something here, and people should come and take a look at it and decide whether they want to stay or leave. So please like, share. Thank you so much.
Your candidacy. So if you did not participate in
okay, all right. You were saying something.
Yeah, I wanted to ask. Are we also on TikTok?
No. This platform does not give. This platform does not really give a channel that. The only platform that we have right now is Facebook and YouTube. Simultaneously, we are on X, Facebook, and YouTube. But there's no availability for TikTok among the channels, unfortunately. Although, yeah, we can actually go live on TikTok if we want from another device. That is, we have to mount a different device to be able to go live on TikTok. And of course, we are working on that. We're working on that. So,
sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, the African Wala. Yeah. So, yeah, let's take a listen and we'll be back.
Of one political parties, you cannot contest in another primaries in the same election, even if you defect. So you are free to defect after losing, but you cannot contest in another primaries towards the same election. So that's kind of like the rule. So for our context and for our purposes, should PO go? Should that be a primaries? Because again, I don't want to preempt anything. But since we're all speaking in that direction, should that be a primaries? And PO goes through and it doesn't emerge, that's it. He's done for 2027. Now, if we go by what he's saying and what he said to us on that space, that Peter Obi, I'm quoting him verbatim now, will be on the ballot come 2027. We all of us heard him say that. In fact, I remember pushing back slightly and I said, sir, do you mean as a presidential candidate? It sounded redundant. That the man can't change them for me, remember? When he started talking about good night, trying to me good night. Did you know me? I'm going around the world, meeting presidents, meeting world leaders, just coming somebody's vice president. And I think at that point, he took it personally because I think he's been hearing the conversation. I'm sure some people in the coalition have even approached him with the offer. They've insulted, let me say it differently. They've insulted him with the offer. And maybe he saw that moment as an opportunity to lay this matter to rest. To say, you people, I am more than qualified to run this country, right? So,
Well, I
Sorry,
think
guys.
okay.
So that I'm more than qualified to run this country. So, anyways,
Is he really qualified?
but if PO, there's another possibility. If PO figures, so this conversation that is ongoing, that some of us wish we could be fly on the wall in those rooms to just hear what they're talking about. If PO figures out that yet, despite the public declaration, it's looking like he may not emerge as the head of the coalition. I mean, there are two options here. Maybe I should leave it at that. All right. Jagu, thank you.
Well, I know the two options, all right, and the two options is very straightforward. One of the options is that it takes the VP ticket, all right. It takes the VP ticket to become the vice of Atiku, or whoever emerges as the flag bearer. Either does that. That is option one. Option two is that he decides to backtrack. All right, he will backtrack and go back to LP. And of course, going back to LP will mean that of course, his formal candidate, the VP candidate of LP, have already hinted this. It said that, well, if Mr. Peter Obi comes back to LP, he's going to support him. And of course, this whole somersault would only mean one thing: a desperate, unprincipled figure. All right. If Mr. Peter Obi decides to flip-flop or come back to LP, it means this is someone that cannot build a system, that is so desperate or power drunk that he thinks that he can exploit. This paints an exploitative, individual. You want to actually exploit, because the whole idea of coming to the coalition was to actually leverage, to come together, to form a bond with your own, class, with your own brotherhood. That is the whole idea.
Supporters.
And yeah, with your own supporters, with the hope that whoever emerges, everybody will support whoever emerges. That is supposed to be the whole idea. But when you now betray that arrangement, you go back to LP, it means that you are not committed to agreement. You don't commit to statements that have been agreed and signed, and that speaks volume about the kind of person that you are. What gives us the assurance that when you become a president, you are not going to also backtrack on all of your promises that you have made to the Nigerian people? Because these are the things that you will use to judge, all right, what will potentially be the character or actions of people in the future. The best predictor of the future is past behavior. That is the best way you can predict what someone will. Everybody, we have said it about Tinubu. We knew Tinubu would turn out to be like this because this is exactly how he governed Lagos. Exactly how, no more, no less. This old tax issue that is coming up he did the same thing in Lagos. All right, he's just trying to replicate what he did in Lagos in terms of taxes, in a bigger scale. Yes, the national level. All right, national level. I look forward to a time where Nigeria will also have parks like this, that very beautiful environments. I mean to say, where kids can play like this. Kids can have swings. In the whole of Bariga, there's no such thing. There's no such thing. There's no place that you can just go and clear your head and just swing and just have a family time. No, nothing like that. It is all about boring activities, and the best shot as a community for our people, or trying to have a family time, is beer parlor, or perhaps going to church or mosque, where they will either add to their problem or
I'm telling
amplify
you.
the problem. So
They'll go to the church. My brother, let me just chip this in. They'll go
yeah,
to the
please
church
do,
where
please do.
they'll go to the church where the pastorpreneurs are lurking around, waiting to take advantage of their hopelessness. Because a lot of people have sold out. They've become hopeless because of the way the Nigerian society has been run. And they go to church praying for a better life. And the pastors, most of them have ulterior motives. So they take advantage of that hopelessness of the people. And that's why people are easily controlled by these pastors. Prayers is never going to build a society like this. It's not by praying. Like, in fact, the people that built this community, they are irreligious. These are not religious people at all. So it's not about prayers. It's about our action. God has already given us the brains and the intelligence to build societies that can work for us. But unfortunately, when we keep on making the same mistake over and over, we are still choosing the same people that have shown us that they don't have the capacity to build something like this. Then we are contributing to the elongation of our lives in squalor, in environments that make no sense. We are contributing to it. That's why we should say absolutely no. We don't want these same people that have been there before. We want to change. We want brand new people. We are tired of doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
Absolutely. And this is quite profound. Doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And of course, the politicians have also mastered this whole thing. They have a way of doing rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. They know that there's a particular rhetoric that sells to the people. When you sell the rhetoric of tribalism, when you sell the rhetoric of religion, or it is the turn of the.
My dear brother, I would have to join you back. My phone is about to die. I'm so sorry.
Okay. All right.
I'll join you back in about 10 minutes.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right. So thank you so much, African Wala. So there's this, there's this old feeling, that you have that, from the standpoint of the politics, they're like, we are going to try this again. Oh, I think we have lost connection. Have we? Wow. I think so. Let's end the live stream now. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. I can see 0 people joining us right now. So I think, it's time. Let's call it a day. We've had a very fantastic time, having a very thorough discussion. Thank you so much, everybody. I don't think we are still live. Or are we still live? Wow, I think we are still live. Okay, I think we are still live. Okay, I think we are still very much live. But well, it is 29 minutes gone. Oh, okay, now 30 minutes gone past the hour of we are now 70 people. Wow. I initially, because there is this analytics that pops up every now and again from my side of things here. And if the viewers are encouraging, well, although it is at the huge inconvenience to my families, but well, it's a one-room apartment, and I don't have that luxury of. I wish I have my own separate room. We will have been doing this marathon, as in, I don't mind, in terms of engagement, because I understand that many of our people in some time zones, they are just getting out of work. All right, they are just basically coming back from their work places, and of course they would appreciate contents like this. But of course, we're talking about rinse and repeat. The politicians have mastered the rinse and repeat strategy. They know what works. They know exactly what raises the emotion of the people. They know exactly what raises the emotion of the people. They know exactly what triggers people. All right. They know exactly what would get the necessary emotions to actually act a certain way. They know exactly how it works, and they have been able to leverage on it. They use it. They know very well that it is hard. Nigerians find it difficult to reject incentive crumbs that is sprinkled out to them. Take 10,000, take 5,000 and vote for this person. Or perhaps, what do you need? Let's support your business so that you can basically also join those that are keeping afloat. You can join the, people that are also surviving, barely surviving. We can offer you that. I've been offered that too. I've been, approached and offered that, well, you this guy. All of this, calling out, government every now and again. Let's invest in your business. How much do you need? All right. And we would sort it out. And you'll be on our camp. You'll be on our side. All right. And you not have to worry. All right. But well, we serve a bigger purpose, all right, than that. We serve a bigger purpose. Even at huge inconvenience, we would continue to do what we are doing for the sake of our conscience and for the sake of the homeland. We will not betray our people just because of our own personal gain. And that is exactly what should be the orientation of even those that should know better. Some of our people in diaspora that should even know better. This should be their orientation. All right? This should be their orientation, that no matter what, I am going to stay by the side of my people and enlighten them. Show them the way politically. Tell them to resist oppression. All right? And this is what I'm going to do. This is what I would commit to doing. But some of our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, they would rather even facilitate the continuation of the system of this corrupt system of things. How pathetic that you facilitate the system that made you escape from Nigeria. A system that has disenfranchised and brought sorrow, tears, and blood to our people. And talking about recent development in Ekpoma, Edo State, it's quite unfortunate that a government that has refused to provide security for its people. That is one of the things that you do with taxpayers' money, to provide security for lives and properties. And of course, welfare is also on that, primary objective of governments. But of course, you have a situation whereby government fails, people complain, they agitate, they actually, they agitate, they show their grievances. But the government of the day would do nothing but to arrest and put them in Black Maria and arraign them in the law, in the courts, for them to be remanded in prison. And these are supposed to be students that are supposed to be in schools studying. And the government of Governor Pablo arrested them and remand them in prison. Students that should be in school, but because they are afraid of their lives, kidnappers have taken over their school, their environment. And these students have gone ahead to basically have a standoff with the system. All right, but it's unfortunate, very, very unfortunate, that instead of the system to apologize, instead of Governor Pablo to say, well, I apologize, I have failed, I have not been able to serve or provide service to you, I admit my fault and I will do better. He decided not to do that. He decides to place a call to the commissioner of police and say, arrest all of them, arrest, even if it will shoot some of them, shoot them, shoot on sight, so that it will scare others from doing this kind of thing tomorrow. How heartless can you be, Governor Pablo, if this is what you have done? If this is what you have done, how heartless are you? What is the level and the depth of your wickedness? The Nigerian politicians have a very warped, very, very terrible mindset. Very, very terrible mindset that should be resisted. And we have been up and running based on the analytics that I have staring at me for the past 3 hours, 15 minutes. And of course, to as many as those that are listening to us, 75 people on this live stream. You know, the whole 75, according to the analytics on my available to me now, are on X. The 75 of you watching us right now and interacting with our you know, space or our this live stream are on X. Facebook is still 0. You know, YouTube is also very much 0. But of course, that doesn't matter. The fact that we are able to reach out and provide information to as many people as possible, we are fulfilled. And of course, in just few moments, let's say 30 to 15 minutes, we should be done with this, and we'll call it a day. And this is just like a test run. This is a test run. And of course, we shall do this tomorrow. All right? We shall do this tomorrow. And of course, we'll take a recess. And of course, if it is possible for us to be playing the rerun of this show while streaming live, we shall do that also as part of our options. And of course, do not forget, we are not just discussing problems, we are providing solution. And as far as we are concerned, the AAC party is a solution, the political solution, all right, to the Nigerian situation. Take it or leave it, all right? Or you pay attention or strike alliance with the established, corrupt, parasitic bedbug opposition, or you have yourself to blame at the end of it all. Just as Nigerians had themselves to blame as a result of the coalition that brought about APC to power. The coalition that brought APC to power is a very, you know, very dangerous concussion that should never happen again. All right? Shey, blue. Eh? Oh, what sound?
What sound?
What to do? Right. So yeah, I hope the sound I heard was not the sound of our transformer. Of course, there's the only source of light in here is this. Can you see? This is the source of lighting I have. If I switch it off, it's completely darkness. This is the reality of Nigeria, where power is not guaranteed, and these are the people that pays that takes they take taxes. You ask them, what have they done with the taxes? What have you done with the taxes that you have that you have taken so far so good? All they have been able to do with the taxes is to actually enrich and to make their bellies bigger, to enrich themselves and to provide agbada for themselves, and to steal from the people. That is all they have to show for it. Look at it. There's complete pitch darkness. Pitch darkness. If I off this thing now, unless the computer screen, all right, the computer screen that is staring at me, and that one too will run out very soon. So yeah, it is important, of course, for tomorrow's live stream, we will be honing generator. We'll be powering our generator set. We have a generator but of course, that is quite a tragedy. It is that in 2026, there is still not constant power in Nigeria. How pathetic. It is shameful. It's one of the things that we have to call out this current system of things out for. And of course, our numbers are growing. It's 80 people joining the live as we speak right now. This is quite commendable. To the 80 people joining us, but I'm called if you charge for me. So, no, the Android. So, to as many as people that have been able to join this live stream, I congratulate you. That is, you are very much positioned. Android, Type C. Type C, no. So, to as many as those that have been able to join this, live stream, you are positioned to really enlighten yourself. You are positioned to have your position, challenged. All right, your position to actually keep supporting and paying attention to a Yendemba opposition, a dramatic opposition that have nothing to offer, except vibes and inshallah, except arresting students, protesting, arresting protesters, arresting protesters. That is what they have to offer. Thank you so much for joining us back, African Wahala. You are very much appreciated, and I appreciate your support. Always, always, always. Because even when we had our first radio show at 90.3 FM, Voice of the People, a radio station anchored by our very own Estic Media, that brilliant young lady that joined our live stream the other day on Shore People's Power Space. You were also the only person that I could that actually gave me a sense of relief that my brothers were indeed listening to me. And of course, you turned up again today. I appreciate it deeply. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, brother.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we have 83 people now joining this live stream. And of course, it's a few minutes to the top of the hour of 12 a.m. from my side of things. It's 11:43 Nigerian time, PM. All right. And of course, if we indeed if we can be doing this on a daily, why not? All right. If it is to reach out to 83 people, and in comparison with our spaces that will just have like 20, maximum 30 people, and it will just be the comrades, just like singing to the choir, So, but if you can actually reach out using video platforms like this, why not? Let's explore that option, and let's try to, I would be trying to go live every day. It will come at a very huge data cost, but I think the benefits far outweighs the cost of reaching out to people and positioning them to be able to listen to rhetorics that would correct the kind of programming that the system, the propaganda that the system is put. And do not get it twisted. APC has budgeted 200 million naira for influencers and bloggers inside the 2026 budget. This is official. This is not a rumor. This is official, confirmed figure from the 2026 appropriation bill budget. 200 million for influencers and budget and bloggers, and this will go to the likes of space holders. This will go to YouTube live. If you go to TikTok live right now, you'll see live stream talking about and pushing out the need to keep supporting and giving this current political hegemony a chance to continue their reign of terror. And of course, platforms like this needs to be, available to basically counter some of this rhetoric. And of course, for tomorrow, we shall, be able to also tune into TikTok. All right. This is huge.
Let me ask.
Yeah. What do you say?
Let me ask. What is the scheduling of the program? Is this going to be on an everyday basis at a specific time, or you're still in the beginning and still testing things out before you come?
Today is just the test run how I can adapt. Today is just test run how I can adapt to this. This is StreamYard platform. All right. Okay. And of course, I would take a look at the data cost, the internet data that it will take to stream. This is just 3 hours 25 minutes. I'll take a look at my data balance, the internet. So if it's actually, let me not go into the granular detail. If it actually takes us to do this every day, all right, why not? Because those that we are dealing with, they do this on a daily basis. They don't do this every fortnight or perhaps every other day. They are committed. These people, these propaganda machines are committed to doing this every day. So if we are also going to be doing this every day, I wouldn't, even if I'm the only person, if I have the means, I would be doing this every single day. And of course, you can confirm from our spaces, that every day we host, but you cannot compare video live stream and audio live stream. The data
Yeah.
cost is, it's just the gap is much. So, but if we can experiment and see how it is, if we have the means, we shall keep doing this every day. I don't mind doing this on a daily basis. This is what fires me up. The opportunity to actually reach out to as many people as possible to tell about the reality of what we are dealing with in our dear country Nigeria, and to wake them up. And of course, we are waking so many people up. So many people are giving testimonies that when they come across our content, our spaces, our videos, we still put out 2 videos today, 2 solid videos we still put out today, and these videos were shared across all platforms.
Yeah, do you mind if you maybe shared a link to some of the videos? I know you post things on Civic Space, so maybe you can
On
share
Liberation Chat,
some links, Liberation Chat, maybe on X, on YouTube, that the audience
on YouTube. Every video that we put out on X is also on YouTube, is also on Facebook, and we are also streaming on this platform as we speak right now. So all this, you don't need to get the link. If you are on the WhatsApp, general WhatsApp, the Shore Ideology WhatsApp group, and of course Take It Back Movement general group, I used to share all these links there. And of course, sometimes if you notice also, I used to send the links sometimes to you, but sometimes I forget because there's a huge list
There's
of
a
people
lot.
that you send the links. So yeah.
What is this platform called on Facebook that more people can reach out on Facebook? What's it called?
Civic Space is what we are streaming on Facebook right now. Civic Space. The Liberation Chat on X is as a result of they shut down our Civic Space platform on X. It was shut down. It started out on Civic Space, but we have to metamorphosize, and they stated it very clearly that if they shut you down on a particular name, you can't use that exact name again. If you use it, they will shut it down again. So that's the whole idea of Liberation Chat. So, but we still, and funny enough, all of the content that they say they accuse us of authenticity, based on the reason why they shut us down on Civic Space on X. All of this same material or these contents are on every other platform, and there was no flagging at all. On YouTube, that even has more stricter rules. They have not flagged any of our content. Even on TikTok, the same thing. On Facebook, same thing. And the same content that we post on this same platform that flagged us, they are the ones that we post on every other. So, but we have to just we appealed, but they did not reinstate that. And that particular account has went over almost 2,000 followers already, organic followers. So it is what it is. It's what comes with what we do. And of course, that is why we are even able to jump on the Movement Radio platform. So we have to, have multiple avenues such that we can reach out to people on multiple. So if they shut down one avenue, we can still use other avenues to reach out. But ultimately, we indeed have to admit that we need internet resources to actually keep doing this. And when it comes to Nigeria, internet is very expensive, and anyone can actually debunk that so it's very, very, it's a huge luxury. And that is why I'm very, very disappointed in many people that have that luxury. There are many Nigerians as we speak right now in the north that don't even have a smartphone. The only technology that they have access to so far so good in their life that they have encountered with is radio. They had no idea that there is such a thing as live streaming video. They have no idea. Some people do not even have an idea. Even if to walk into a banking hall to even experience what is called air conditioning in 2026, some Nigeria has no idea of that phenomenon. All right, and so many other luxuries, like as I do like this now. Where they see me say I be like this. I never reached airport before to even travel locally. to have a local flight, local from Lagos to like say Abuja. How can I, when the current price from Lagos to Abuja is 170, 180K, and at a point it went up to like, I think in the last year people were complaining that it went up to like 300K to move from Abuja, from Lagos to Abuja. Just only one way. It's not a two-way trip. It's just one trip. If you are coming back, you are paying the same thing. That's over 600K. So for a better pass my neighbor kind of person like me, if I'm just trying to scale it, that means maybe say I can still access video platform. Imagine perceiving even the gap is much, and this is not the kind of gap that is when you begin to compare countries to country, you look at the kind of gap between their rich people and their poor people. It's not this high. The gap is not this much. The gap is much, but if you scale it with Nigerian system, it's just you can't compare it. All right, and that is why these rich people, these Nigerian big men, politically and economically, they treat the people like animals. Because this is how exactly. They do not see others like humans like themselves, because they live a God figure, a godlike figure. They live a godlike figure. They are treated like gods. They are treated like idols. All right. So this is what it is, and of course, if we have means to reach out to our people, to really show the people the realities, these realities that this needs to be shut down. This system needs to crumble. And of course, we are not where we used to be. All right. After all, as at yesterday, we are not doing video live stream like this. So today we have decided to test run it, and we'll look at it to see whether or not we are able to be doing it every day, or perhaps every other day, and just maintain the status quo. So Mabel, I can see your comments, Mabel, from the comment section. You said, so sad. Yeah, so sad. The distance between the rich and the poor in Nigeria is astronomical. It's like the moon and the earth. That is the distance between the rich and the poor in Nigeria. And even in so-called center of excellence in Nigeria, you have so much hunger, starvation, suffering. You just need to look at the majority of the places in Lagos. But then whenever they want to shoot a movie, they will go and take an area drone footage of Banana Highland or Ikoyi or Aja, and you think that is the picture of Lagos. You have no idea. Go to Makoko, go to Oroshoki, Agege, Surulere, Ikotun, go to, these are the places, and the largest local government, Alimosho in Lagos State. Go to this place. These are the real Lagos. Even Lagos Island, some parts of Lagos Island is despicable. But it is what it is, and it is the reason why we need to really call all of these things out. And they want to try to shut us down, and that is why we are even creating, multiple platforms to be able to, whenever one channel is shut down, we are able to, appear on the other platform. And today in our videos, we were able to basically highlight the strategy that they are using now when it comes to protest. The Justapo style, Voltron commandos. Whenever they see people assemble together to protest like this, they go bring like 5 Black Maria to come and arrest people,
brother,
for daring to. Please proceed.
So you speaking about protests, that video that came out of Ekpoma yesterday was a very, I don't want to say sad and disheartening, although that is what it is. It's sad and it's disheartening.
Yes.
But I just think that it's a wake-up call for us to see how far gone we are as a people, how sorry we feel for ourselves, and how sorry we look, and how we've dropped every form of confidence. It's so crazy, especially seeing those students in the Black Maria, and they were begging You know, they were begging. They were like, please, please, please release
Mm.
us.
Mm.
I'll be honest, if I was in their shoes, I know I won't be begging. I know.
Mm.
But it's also because of the stage in life that I am in. You know, I'm at a stage now where I have a lot of experience as far as my rights. I know what my rights are, and I sort of know how to deal with people. But if I were in their shoes, maybe I will be begging too. But that shows a deeper psychological issues with the youth of Nigeria. Because if the youth can submit themselves to this level of bullying, so much so that, because what had happened was the students in a university, they went to protest against kidnappings and violent crimes going on in their community. And we all know that has been going on uncontrolled in different parts of Nigeria. So this happened in Epoma, Edo State. And after these students went out to protest, later at night, hours after the protest, they were raided by security operatives from DSS and these other guys. And they picked up 52 students. They put them in a Black Maria. They treated them like criminals. They had them take off their shirts and everything, put a camera in front of them, and then these students were begging. And that looked, I'm so sorry to say, and I don't mean to be extremely harsh, but it almost looks like we are slowly evolving back towards slavery. That looks like where we are right now. We are slowly evolving back towards slavery. And it's a wake-up call to the people to realize that this, our docility, we are beginning to take it to another level. If it was a revolutionary in that vehicle, someone that is, I'm telling you, someone that is associated with the Take It Back movement.
You go scatter that place.
Even if you not go scatter them, you go get so much pride and dignity in yourself that you will never beg.
Yeah, you not go beg. You go the ginger your ginger your comrades that it is time for us to really, really stand up for ourselves and really, really call out, because they had the opportunity of someone having a camera or a phone there. That is a very huge opportunity for them to really call out and even double down on what got them to that position. Yeah, not to beg. Begging is not a place to be. That is not the best strategy.
No, because
it's not.
You see, I think about it like at that particular moment, you've been roped with other innocent people.
You have nothing to lose again.
You have nothing to lose. You don't have the powers at that particular moment to fight them. It's not smart for you to fight them because they can harm you. But the least you can do to preserve your dignity is not to beg. Don't beg. Don't beg these people. We need to start learning how to have some pride and dignity in ourselves. Yes, Nigeria dehumanizes us, but that is not enough reason for us to allow ourselves to be dehumanized. And this is a message to, especially to the younger people, because I looked at the list of those people. Most of them are in their early 20s, mid 20s. I understand you feel helpless, but you shouldn't feel helpless. There are groups that you can associate with, like the AAC. I promise you, if you as a youth, wherever you're located in Nigeria, you decide to actively associate yourself with the AAC, it's going to boost your confidence and it's going to boost your morale. And even if you find yourself in that position where you are kidnapped by these so-called security operatives, which was completely illegal, because there is no, we've said this 1,000 times, it's within your constitution for you to be able to protest. We've said it 1,000 times, but we also understand that they don't obey the constitution, especially when it's time for them to punish us. So since you know that they are going to punish you, the least you can do is have some self-dignity. And one way that you can get some self-dignity, some self-confidence, is by associating yourself with groups like the Take It Back movement and the AAC. Because these are the guys, they are going to come back and stand up for you. They are going to send people. You are one of the comrades. They are going to send people, lawyers and everything to come and get you out of that cell. I understand things can go left easily because these guys that are the so-called security operatives, they are completely lawless They shoot people, they throw people's dead bodies inside rivers. That's what they do. We understand. But at the same time, the least you can do for yourself is don't make yourself look more vulnerable and weak. They've already kidnapped you illegally. Please don't be begging these people. We need to start building a revolutionary mindset. And like I said, I understand when I was your age, when I was like 21, 25, maybe a part of me could have begged. But back then, Nigeria wasn't even as bad as it is now, if I'm being honest. Right now, it's crazy, right? So with that said, people need to be more confident. That's just what I wanted to say.
People need to be more confident. And of course, this should serve as a lesson for future occurrence. You know, if these sort of things happen again, at least if you are privileged to really get in touch with this live stream, you have already learned a thing or two. That the best thing to do is not to beg at that point in time. What you do is to basically, project a stance of power, that your spirit is not broken down, that whoever it is that have adopted you or have kidnapped you or have arrested you because you have exercised your civic duty should be ashamed of themselves. And that would really send a strong signal to the heart of the oppressor that, you really? These people can call me out, and it will mobilize shame towards them, and they will think twice before they carry out this sort of, this sort of activity of, illegality. Next, because they know the kind of pushback that they will get. They know that they are not going to get begged. Nobody is going to beg them. But this whole begging of the rhetoric would really facilitate and tell them, whenever they want to be worshipped, they know exactly what to do to get that worship, or optics, the optics of worship, being worshipped. And of course, thank you so much, African Wala, for pointing this out. It's a very important detail moving forward, And you can see Shore do this every single time. Whenever he's being arrested, it is the time when he will even double down. It is the time when you hear him, say it louder. He would say louder, whatever it is that they arrest him on. For instance, when they actually arrested him based on the illegal IGP, Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, it was that time that he even intensified and called him illegal IGP. That kind of message is strong. All right, it will pass a message to Egbetokun like, really, I think I need to really do better. For someone to be courageous to call this thing out, it means that I need to adjust. So the question is now that are the Nigerian students willing to really, really, speak truth to power, regardless of any intimidation by anybody, intimidation by powers that be. And of course, at the point where you think you are at your lowest, that is the time you should even speak more truth to power. It is the time you should actually roar like a lion. Right? Yeah, please proceed, sir.
So I have an answer to that question. You said, are the Nigerian students willing to take that stance where even in the middle of being oppressed, blatantly oppressed, illegally, they are illegally oppressing you? Are the Nigerian students willing to take a stance and be rebellious at that particular moment? Even if you're not actively rebellious, by not begging is a step in the right direction. I think the answer to that question is no. For the most part, no. People are still going to remain the way we are. It's unfortunate. The mindset and the psychology already permeates our society, from the youngest generations to the older ones. The older ones expect the younger ones to be subservient based on culture and tradition, which is a good thing. I mean, it's good for you to respect your elders because they have been around for the longest time and they have a lot of experience. However, if an elder shows that he doesn't deserve your respect because of his actions or her actions, you can tell what they do, their inactions as well. If they don't deserve your respect, you don't need to be hiding under the cultural belief system and still continuing respecting such individuals. Because when you continue to respect such individuals, instead of calling them out and forcing them to stop and encouraging other people to call out those people, elders with those bad behaviors, then you are contributing to the negative of the environment. So the reason why I also said that these students are not going to change like we're expected is because our general society, that's how it is for the most part. Most people have been conditioned to be subservient. But from time to time, we're going to be getting a few revolutionaries. It might just be 2% of the population, maybe 5%, maybe 10%. But I strongly believe that the revolutionaries, the people that if they were illegally arrested by the DSS for protesting, which is not a crime in any way, they were illegally, their houses were broken into. Listen, in the middle of the night while they were sleeping, the security operatives came to their house and knocked down their doors, exactly how armed robbers would do. And they took them away and they started begging, right? So for the people that would stand up at that particular moment, or at least would not beg, I would say it's going to be a few people. And the reason is it's just few people that have the courage. But when more people are speaking up and encouraging the population to be more courageous, to be more rebellious against anything illegal, anything that tramples upon your human rights. If you have more revolutionaries that are speaking to them and encouraging them, then the numbers will slowly increase. And the truth is, we that were on the revolutionary side, we have a small number. It's expected for us to have a small number. If you're on the side that is popular, then you are most likely doing the wrong thing. Even if you follow it scripturally, for those of you guys that are religious, scripturally, it says that it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a sinner to get to the kingdom. So what that means is that it's easy. The easy pathway most often takes you to a destination of detriment, but a narrow pathway will most likely take you to the righteous path. And that's the same concept. If you're a revolutionary, you are among the few people taking the narrow path. But if you are a populist, you're following the popular groups, then you're going to just end up going headed to a direction of damnation, making the same mistakes that we've been making over and over again. And you're going to most likely be one of those people that will be begging when your rights are trampled upon. Your rights are trampled upon, and you are going to be one of those people that will be begging because you have a mindset of following a popularity approach. You need to become a revolutionary. You need to be rebellious against any action that tramples against your human rights. And if we are being honest, most of the things that surround us in our Nigerian society trample upon our human rights at all times. That's why you have to be revolutionary.
Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. The African Wahala. Okay, well, so people are saying that they cannot find the link on. Please bear with me. I'm coming. Please, I'll have to really send this link via email to those that are requesting. Please bear with me just for a moment. So yeah, it is important for us to read through the rhetoric and of course really profile a solution to the problem. We have to profile a solution, a viable solution, and that solution it has to do with along the lines of rhetoric. What constitutes a rhetoric that can resonate with the people, the rhetoric of resistance,
Sir,
resisting oppression. Yeah, please proceed.
I think the fastest way to have people join, if multiple people are trying to join the link, to share that link to a wider audience. That's how I joined. If they go to the YouTube comment section, so just go on YouTube. The name of the channel.
Thank you so much. Please go check on YouTube. Yeah, please let me tell them, I beg. No vex.
Yes. So if you just go on YouTube, search Alaba Ferreira. Ferreira
Yeah.
is Ferreira. Alaba Ferreira. Once you get to that channel on YouTube, the link to join the conversation is in the comment section. So you can just click on that link and follow the
Because it
instructions.
seems
And it's easy
I'm
for you to get.
surprised when people are saying that they can't find the link. I'm like, how come? You know, but well, I understand that it could be difficult because this whole thing about tech it's somehow challenging to many people, and of course, well, we just have to find a way around it one way or the other. Of course, yeah. So yeah, back to the discussion, the ECOMAS situation, and of course, to 104 people joining us live now. Okay. So to as many as people that are watching us right now, I welcome you, and of course, please do try to join us if you can. Please, and of course, if you check the YouTube comment section, you would find the link to join us from. And of course,
it's
our music
also
is very, very
posted on it's also posted on Twitter comment section.
So, but on that Twitter comment section, it seems as though people are not seeing it in real time, or perhaps when they click the live, they are unable to see the comments or perhaps interact with the comments. They will have to go out of the live to be able to access the comment section.
Okay.
So, but on YouTube, I understand that YouTube, as you are watching the live, you are seeing the comment and you can interact with the comment. So this platform varies. It respects to how people can interact with it. So yeah, and I've sent the link to you, sir, Mr. Alaba. So, and of course, big shout out to Mr. Alaba Ferreira for giving us this platform to be able to use, because he's a very busy man, and he has just said, well, in my absential, can you run this? And I said, well, I am more than willing to do it, to do the job of running this this great platform, and of course using the Movement Radio platform will be more than willing to really utilize this platform to, well, I think I have lost. Okay, yeah, sorry. Where's African Wild? Okay, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just 1 minute. I think I'm trying to figure out how to bring everybody back. Okay, yeah. So, and of course, let me add Mr. Alaba Ferreira has also joined us. And of course, we are pleased to have the such great, brilliant, soul such as Mr. Alaba Ferreira. He has done so much for the Nigerian struggle. And of course, in terms of education, in educating the people, the kind of providing the kind of orientation that is needed to actually facilitate the liberation struggle. Mr. Alaba Ferreira has done so much, and of course we are pleased to have him, the pleasure of having him on this platform, on this discussion. We have been discussing quite a great deal before you come, we have discussed quite a great deal, and one of the things that we discussed about the Nigerian opposition, as we know it, as it is now in Nigeria, whether or not it is a force or a facade, whether or not we should take these current main opposition figures seriously, or perhaps we should not pay attention to them, or perhaps take a look at those that are constituting the kind of what we should call opposition. All right, and we are so much interested in what you would have to say about the current characters parading themselves as opposition in Nigeria, sir. What will be your remark or perhaps your reaction to the likes of the ADC coalition parading themselves as opposition? You're welcome, sir. You're welcome.
Yeah, you're doing a great job, Civil. Mr. Fresh, you're doing a real great job. I want to commend your effort. You're doing a wonderful job. I've been listening for almost an hour or two while I before I just drove back home from work. I sat in my car for like 45 minutes, sending links to everybody that's on my WhatsApp page. But the link I'm sending them happens to be the X link, and they keep some people are replying they don't have X, and and then when I myself tried to join on YouTube, I quickly got inside, I plug up my computer, tried to join on YouTube. I discovered that the X link doesn't lead me there, and when I type Movement Radio, it didn't pop up. So it's good. Don't worry, with time we will be able to put a scroll on the screen where it will tell people, you know, this is your go to YouTube. Once you get to YouTube, type Movement Radio, you can put Alaba Ferreira, then it will pop up, but you have to click. It will not immediately, the live will not, we have to click on live. There's a live button, and then this page will show up, and then they can now see the link under the chat section, which is how I got in. I myself had difficulty in getting in, but we're going to be perfecting that as we move forward. To answer your question, let's be honest, Mr. Civil, there is no opposition in Nigeria. What we have are people who are kissing the ring. We have elites that have jettisoned their responsibility as elites, and they are more like slaves to their masters rather than people with independent mind. There's no elites in Nigeria. We just forget it. The things that comes out of their mouth is corrosive to the community, is destructive to the future of Black people. And Nigeria stands at the forefront representing blackness. And as a Black man, we are failing, and we are trying to arrest the failures, which is why we are doing everything possible within our power while we are still alive to change this trajectory. There is no opposition. They don't know what opposition is. They don't know what politics is. They don't know what democracy is. What they call politics is economic sabotage and treason. Most of them should be lined up and shot, knowing what we know about Nigeria and what goes on right now. There is no opposition. And when the people like Sowore are talking, they want to call him student union leader. Those ignorant elites. We know what they call Fela when Fela was shouting 20, 40 years ago. They called him Amugo, person where they smoke weed.
Yeah.
The senseless one. Has everything he has said not been true? Go and document all his songs. You need to pang about as manifest.
Yeah.
Like a prophet who saw tomorrow. And back then we were so rich, but over time we have made ourselves poor. Let me tell you one secret. They are judges. When I calculated how much they are making in Naira, they are making less than a teacher here. So over the years, they have made themselves poorer, and they think they are getting rich. Those are their judges, high rank. They are learning less than, calculate it yourself, 40,000 Naira. They'll be shouting million. They have paper in front of them. Every day they are borrowing to become richer. To become poorer. Who does that? Only senseless people. You know, we don't have an opposition. We have a bunch of morons everywhere, a bunch of miseducated fools, a bunch of elites that like to put PhD, doctorate in front of their name and spill out garbage because they cannot think. They cannot reason and reason well as to what kind of community Nigeria should be. We have been so greatly blessed by the Almighty, and yet look at where we are now, a beggar and a poor nation, and women nothing beyond their stomach. And when they are even putting their stomachs to be trash, but they don't see this. And this is why we all must do something. We must do something as fast as possible. I think what I should have been sending to people in my WhatsApp page for them to join you is this stream link. But I'm going to start sending that out. But I got to warn you, for replays, if you're intending to replay this show, you shouldn't go beyond 4 hours. You can restart another one, 3.5 hours, because StreamYard doesn't let you restream something above 4 hours. You understand?
Wow.
I mean, so maybe 3:45. But it doesn't matter. This is the first test run. You can let this run for 6-10 hours. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it lets for 12 hours. We could do 24 hours. Just as long as
Yeah, thank you so much. It seems as though we are losing communication. Or is it just me, African Wala?
No, it was muted there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my brother lost connection for a moment there.
Okay.
So we got to, so next time as we for the X crew, YouTube crew is this link, this streamline ye. So we're learning every day that we need to send. Tell everybody in the movement that if they have people on their WhatsApp, all they got to do is copy this link and send it to web
And
pages,
send to
WhatsApp
them.
pages, send it to people, everyone. Then they'll be able to join, and then you'll just see the number rise. So I bet you the last 45 minutes I spent in the car sending them this link, because we have not been able to send them the YouTube number. You got me? So we're getting better every day, but there's no opposition. You're doing a great job. God will bless you. You're connecting directly with the people. You're interviewing them. You now have a platform for people to see your video, for people to see the lifestyle of Nigeria, for people to know the truth, not the sugar-coated truth that the elite have been presenting. You know, that Nigeria is perfect. Nigeria is banana island. It is indeed banana island. Everybody there is bananas. They've gone bananas. But anyway, so there we have the opportunity to showcase the truth. You know, let people see how life is, how the streets is, how our schools are, how our hospitals are. All these allies that come in for December, dirty December, flying in, fly out, they're beginning to feel the impact when we say Nigeria is against them. They're beginning to see it. Was it Joshua who lost two of his friends, or the boxer, or was it Chidi Amanda Adichie who lost her son? Nobody should be losing their family because they visit their country. It is senseless. It is senseless. And they could, instead of them to invest in projects like this, instead of them to back Sowore, everybody is ignoring the fact that it has not affected them yet until it does. So in order for us not to transfer this madness to our children, this is why we are doing what we are doing. You understand? If we believe that this is what we can hand over to children, then we have totally lost our mind. Then we are fucking crazy, you know. So we would utilize all our devices. I see you're sharing on CSI Facebook. We'll find a way to share on Facebook movement. With any medium we can share. People need to hear the truth. People need to change. People need to wake up. People are asleep. What we need are the conscious. The unconscious ones cannot help us. Those who are in coma cannot help us. They might have a microphone, they might be talking, but they don't understand. And I believe as strongly as Obi has supporters, for him to be pursuing the same route, it is still in the unconscious group. It is only Sowore that I think is conscious and is providing Nigerians with a peaceful means to change if they listen. If they reject this peaceful means down the line, the inevitable means is going to come upon them and everybody go chop breakfast. You know, I have a lot to say, but you're doing a great job. You're a wonderful young man. I'm glad you take this responsibility. It's a big task. It's not something easy. All we all can do is just support you in your endeavor and whatever you're doing. I really praise your effort. Wonderful. I know you've been on it almost since almost a week. You've hardly barely had any sleep. I really praise your effort.
Yeah, thank you so very much.
I know what you're going through, but we've got 8 channels we can connect, so we're going to use up all those 8 channels. Whatever we need to do, and then we'll get better. We'll send them the link. They can join. They can come in for conversation. If they think you're cussing them out, let them come in and defend themselves.
Exactly.
If we call them a fool and they think they're not foolish, call in. We have phone numbers. We have links. Come on screen. Come in. Come argue it out on why your nation should be a shithole. Come and defend. Come and tell us why for 65 years you cannot crawl. Come and explain it. You know, why a black man cannot stand among his peers, among the Chinese, among the Japanese, among the Indians, among the Arabs. Why we have to be at the bottom of the food chain. Come and debate this with us. That's just the opportunity we are saying. And in the long run, we just want to educate people. We want to wake people's mind up. We want to conscientize people to their realities, to their own realities. We're not begging anybody. Yeah, if the fire burn you enough, you go join ship. You know, it's simple. You know, people got a lot to say, but let's just keep talking. But you're a great young man, and you're doing a great job. African Wahala, I greet you. Great job, great effort for Comrade. Did you partake in that award thing? I know you took some topics. We have to rerun that stuff for once everything here is settled with visual and graphics and everything. Were you a part of it? The award one, the one we did for that we had so much technical problems we couldn't run it through. African Wahala.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
I was a part of it. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
we're going to redo it. We're going to put graphics. The whole Hollywood thing gotta be done. You know, the whole red carpet we gotta. But this young man here is doing a great job, and thanks for your support. Tell all the other comrades and other people who can give this thing a support. Let everybody on there. If you have 100 people in your WhatsApp, send them the link. If you have 1,000 people, send them the link. Or whatever you have, touch somebody. Bring somebody, bring 2-3 people. This is how you grow, and we are going to grow. Why? You know why? Because we stand for the truth. The lie might have run for 1,000 years, but it's only one day that the truth will catch up, and we're here for the truth. Thank you, my brother. Enough said.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. Let's take a listen to this very video, this on street this street engagement, please, shall we? It's not the volume. I don't know what's going on. Let me try to fix the volume. Or is he audible from your side, sir?
No, not yet. Not yet. I think
Okay,
there's a few
just 1 minute. Let me try to fix the audio, because I'm yet to figure out these all. It's a street engagement that we engaged in, and of course, I think we'll be playing some of these street engagements moving forward. Well, I want to play that particular video, but I don't know why the sound is not coming clear. Well, so this is just a man that is saying that he doesn't want any form of all of these establishment politicians any longer. That is what he's basically saying. But from my side of things here, I cannot turn on the volume. I don't know why. Maybe I still have a lot of learning to do with respect to this StreamYard platform. Of course, this is just test running, and of course, we are going to get better at it. We're going to get better at it, and of course, it's a matter of time for us to really, it's a matter of time for me to master this, this platform. And of course, we have been discussing about, whether or not we have a viable opposition in Nigeria. And of course, we have been up and running for the past 4 hours, 9 minutes. We have been up and running. And of course, we shall remain, very live. At least so far, our numbers are growing. We have over 106 people joining this live at the moment. So it means one thing. People are very much interested in what we are saying. Yeah, please proceed, sir.
So you just copy that StreamYard link and the X link and send to everybody and that's how they'll be able to join you.
Okay. I'll work on that. Because we need to actually have a seamless connection between our audience and of course we are very much here. So that seamless connection is very, very much needed, because otherwise, what are we doing here? We have to make it stress-free for our listeners, for our audience. And of course, people are so much interested in conversations like this. Is the reason why we have, over 106 people joining us right now. So, but I want to try to figure out to play this particular clip to actually, validate what we have been saying. That people do not really, really rate this current so-called opposition. People don't rate them for street. If you ask the ordinary man on the street, they no rate Atiku, they no rate Peter Obi. All they care about is a government that works for them, government that provides the basics, the basic amenities, school, quality education, better sources of income for the common man to have the kind of purchasing power that is needed to, to live a dignified life. Living a dignified life matters more to the Nigerian people than these current, jokers that are parading themselves all around the place. But well, it's important. Yeah.
I just want to say, if you want more people to join you on the screen, you got to keep reposting that streamline so they can use it to join you, and keep telling them about it. Hear me?
This generator is making it difficult for me to well, I would find a way to please, can you retake what you said now, sir, please? I didn't get what you said, sir.
I'm saying that if you want more, so if you're staying on longer, you should keep reposting the StreamYard link. So that's what how people
be
able to join
we have been posting. In fact, I have already shared the link across all our WhatsApp platforms. I have also shared it across our Twitter Twitter platform, because we have groups on Twitter.
X, and just keep reposting.
Yes,
so that
on X, and we see the numbers growing. We are now 107. All right, so the numbers are swelling.
It's gonna grow. It's gonna grow more than that.
Don't want us to even end the. There's a lot to discuss with regards to this current quagmire that we find ourselves in Nigeria, the quagmire of an opposition, the quagmire of a government that doesn't really serve the interest of the people, except vibes and big agbada. They have no infrastructure to that commensurate, that basically is in alignment with all of the money, all of the spendings, billions of dollars, all right, that have been spent. So far, so good, without any infrastructure that can actually prove these projects to be genuine. Have you heard? I don't know whether you heard about the CCTV project in Lagos, where they spent 40 billion naira on Third Mainland Bridge CCTV project. It's crazy. The level of
me talked a little bit about that. That's even enough money to start a CCTV factory. It's just madness. It is madness.
About times 10 the amount of money to actually establish a CCTV factory. That money was spent to install, just installation and setting up a room full of camera, full of screens and monitors. 40 billion naira went down the drain. And nobody said anything. And that is just the most pathetic thing. People are not saying anything about this. Nigerians have, they have mastered the culture. Of course, they have been cultured or engineered to basically move on. Anything that comes their way, they simply just move on. They don't have this attitude of putting up a resistance against an absurdity such as the one that happened in Third Mainland Bridge. How can you budget 40 billion for a 11-kilometer stretch of road? And of course, all you have to do is just to buy CCTV cameras from a very good factory, or even perhaps set up your own factories that can produce and deliver CCTV
That is true independence, not for you buying. True independence is what you can make in your own factory, in your own laboratory, in your own school, in your own store. What you can make yourself. That's true independence. Not so dependent that you have to go buy this, buy that. Look at what the Chinese are doing. Look at what the Japanese did. Look at what everyone is doing. But you just keep having that slave mentality. As you take money, you go buy. Somebody have to bring you technology. I've told you our elites are a shame to the world elites. They're a fucking disgrace. Excuse my language. Yeah.
It is indeed a disgrace. The elites have not really been able to show beyond every reasonable doubt that they deserve to be called that name. Elites are the best of the best of us in terms of everything. But as it is now, these guys are not the best of us. They are the worst of us. They have been able to, sabotage the progress, the development of the country. The only thing that they want to do is to increase their own empire, their own influence, their own, resources, their own, wealth. They want to enrich themselves at the expense of the people. And how long do we want to really keep on doing this? That is the question. For how long? For how long do we want to keep, recycling this vicious circle? How long do we want to keep paying attention to this kind of, impunity? It is impunity of the highest order, all right? To actually, spend almost 20 times the normal amount of money that it should take to utilize or to get, to bring a project to life. That is why, in some serious countries, they have decided to, be very, very strict about this whole thing. All right. Death penalty is no joke in China. Death penalty is on the table. If you have been, for instance, Malami, they said they have already recovered up to 200 billion naira worth of properties, according to EFCC. 200 billion naira. This was the former minister of justice. This was the same minister that actually tried Sowore for 5 years and had to abandon the case after trying Sowore for 5 years and also restricting him to only Abuja. All right. So now, yes, just barely 2-3 years after, leaving office, they are now, the EFCC, they are very much interested because he has stolen so much that they cannot just look away. All right. And of course, he has also shot himself in the leg by being a part of the coalition that want to unseat the incumbent. And of course, that is an avenue, enough reason for this, government to really go all out against him. All right, and he has shown beyond every reasonable doubt to not. And by and large, let's face it: is he going to face the full route of the law, or is he just going to be, behind the closed door, sweeping under the carpet, or perhaps a soft landing situation, as usual for big political figures like him? We can almost predict what will be is what will happen to that case. All they want to do is just to recover as much as possible from what he has stolen and just allow him to go. It will not take long. It wouldn't take long for us. Wow, I think I'm having issue with my connection. I don't know if I'm still coming out clear. this audio equipment is, I don't know what happened to it.
You're doing fine. You're just breaking up once in a while, but now we can hear you clearly.
I'm trying to fix up things from this side of things. Maybe I should try some
okay,
other
everybody
channel.
understand this is the first round. They can tolerate a few technical problems today. As we go forward, it will get better.
So, yeah, it is the very first time of having this, so please bear with us. Please bear with us as we just want to just get things rolling. And of course, yeah. So we understand what will happen to Malami by extracting as much as possible from him, from what he has looted, and just let him go. That is what will happen to Malami case, and it will not be brought to book. That is not what will happen to him, because we know how they treat themselves in their family. It's one big family, all right? Nobody will have thought that someone like Odius or Kalu that has been convicted would find his way back to the National Assembly one way or the other. Nobody will have thought that Yaya Bello would even nobody will have thought that Yaya Bello. Okay, I think I am back. I think I am back now.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So nobody will have thought that someone like Yaya Bello would indeed be given any form of political relevance or even be working free in Nigeria. Now he's even trying to run for office. The level of impunity in Nigeria is beyond just the normal. In every society, you have this pockets of criminality or perhaps even corruption here and there. But Nigerian's case is quite special because we have normalized the abnormalities so much that we don't really mind any longer. Even some of these things are even read in indigenous languages. They read it to them in Kokonu Weiroyin, the Malami, they collected so amount of money, billions from Malami, and it will not create any outrage. People will even laugh when they hear that, they'll just laugh at it and just move on. Funds that should have been used to build schools, funds that should have been used for hospitals, to build libraries, to build, infrastructure that can serve the people. But people have, they have developed this mindset to basically move on. All right. And of course, we are here. The reason why we are here, the reason why this platform is what we are live now today, or perhaps we want to, stay consistently doing what we are doing tonight, is because we want to basically puncture all of this rhetoric. We want to puncture it. We want to debunk it. And we want to deprogram the minds of the people from normalizing this kind of abnormalities, because we understand that this sort of behavior has been normalized. And of course, we are growing our numbers. We are now over 110 people watching this live video. And of course, please feel free to interact. Feel free to interact with our comment section and join that. Use that link to come up if you want to, if you have any rebuttal or perhaps a challenge to what has been said here today. If you believe that what we have been saying is absolute rubbish or nonsense, you disagree with it, this is not an echo chamber. We are very much open-minded to receive contrary opinion. If your opinion is basically rooted on facts to debunk whatever it is that we are saying here, please feel free to use the link. The link, I will post it one more time. If you want to join us, If you want to join this conversation, join us live. Come into the studio with us here. It can never be more easier. All right. It's as easy as possible. And I believe, there is no easier way for the people to basically have access to, having their voice heard. You have to, basically vent. If you even have to vent, please feel free, pick up the mic and vent, express your grievances. If you cannot go out on the street to basically protest against this failed government, if you are afraid of hitting the street to register your grievances against this rigged system, this is a platform where you can actually, make your grievances known, like literally. You can basically register your grievances here. You can pour out your emotion. You can pour out your frustration. And of course, we want to hope that we will be able to listen to you. And of course, take it up, and even learn from you. And of course, we understand that there are many people that are very, very vast in knowledge that have tuned into this life. Pick up the mic and engage with us. What we have been discussing is about the Nigerian opposition. Is our opposition a facade or a force? Is the Nigerian opposition a force to reckon with, or an absolute mirage that is just pretending to play the opposition role? And of course, you can see very, very clearly. All right. And I'm getting so much news items from here. Let me start from the particular one that I got quite recently. It's about the development that they are about to make it law. This is breaking news. They are about to pass the law that mandates lawyers spending 9 years before they can practice after graduating from school. 9 years. This is breaking news. I was sent this news item, and of course, from a reliable source, that they are about to legalize, they are proposing to make lawyers spend 9 years before they can practice. Of course, this is not good news to legal luminaries, to as many as those that are about to start practicing law, or to even law graduates. This doesn't speak well. And of course, from Rufai Oseni, I am seeing from this side of things a breaking news that the federal government has allocated a cumulative 10.6 billion, for the overhaul of engines of the Gulfstream aircraft assigned to Vice President Kashim Shettima over a 3-year period. An analysis of appropriation bills from 2024 to 2026 has revealed the aircraft registers as 5NFGW received the highest single allocation among all engine overhaul projects in the presidential air fleet, accounting for 55% of the 19.27 billion naira total spent on engine maintenance across the fleet under the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration. Budget documents obtained and analyzed by the Punch show that the allocation for overhauling the Vice President's aircraft engine jumped from 1.24 billion naira in 2024 to 5.1 billion naira in 2025, a 345% increase before setting at 3.86 billion naira in 2026. So, of course, this is a development story. You can imagine them using 10.6 billion naira just for overhauling of an engine of aircraft. And you now begin to see whether or not this is a government that is quite serious about serving the people, or perhaps it is designed to serve itself. 10.6 billion naira. Isn't this even enough to even, purchase some aircraft that can actually serve as national carriers. And of course, this even reminds me of the case of the previous Minister of Aviation that was actually, arrested not quite long. He was the one that was in charge of the Nigerian Air scam, that they actually went to rent, airplanes, and they actually painted it Nigeria Airways. And after the photography and photo ops, they returned the aircraft back to the owners, and that was it. It was a complete scam. And you begin to now wonder, what kind of society is this? You want to say something, sir?
No, I'm listening to you.
Yeah. So you now begin to wonder the kind of society where this sort of impunity just, happens and escapes.
I beg you, reduce all this thing. You're making me look like a big man. I know be one of them.
Yeah, our fathers in the struggle. It's very important we are called you with respect.
I know be one of them. Make them no go ragabu me.
Nobody will ragabu you. Anybody who will ragabu you, we have us to deal with. Anybody who will ragabu you.
Anybody, sir, call African Wahala, sir. I don't be one of them.
Baba,
me. I don't be one of them. Class conscious.
we are building towards an egalitarian society.
Exactly.
That is right. Yeah.
Absolutely. And the kind of society where people don't grovel or perhaps even worship people just by the prefix attached to their names. We are currently in a system whereby people basically worship the ground that these people walk on. And I was even seeing it. The level of psychophancy in Nigeria is so deep. It cuts so deep. It's even in our civil society, or those that should be regarded as CSOs, civil society organizations that should constitute. And this even brings me to non-partisan opposition, away from the political, dramatic drama kings and zealots. How about the non-partisan opposition, organizations, the civil societies, those that should constitute the labor force, the unions, the NANs.
I just want to add, you can continue.
Please.
I just want to add, they have gone to kiss the ring. They have gone to kiss the ring. We operate a mafia system, a cartel system. They must kiss the ring of their Kabiyesi, their king. They are slaves. That's what Fela calls Kolo mentality. People with slaves mentality. That's why this struggle is tough. If only they know they are slaves.
Absolutely. They are so much in bed with the system that they cannot really do the function with which they are supposed to serve. They are supposed to serve a function, but they are not serving that function just because they have been compromised. They have not been able to serve the function with which they are meant to serve because they have been compromised. They have shared in the impunity. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now currently at 114 viewers viewing us and tuning into this live broadcast, and it's such a wonderful feat for a first-time broadcast. Of course, this indicates that we must continue doing this. This is something that we'll have to do consistently. People indeed love this sort of content or production. And of course, if we have to do this every day to speak about recent developments and use these talking points to educate our people of do that. And of course, there's a news item that also popped in from this side of things. $9 million contract to convince US that Christians are safe in Nigeria. You can imagine this kind of development by the cable news. Let me quickly read that news item. FG hires lobbying firm for $9 million to communicate Christian protection efforts to US. The federal government has hired a lobbying firm in a $9 million contract to assist in communication its action in protecting Christians in Nigeria to the United States government. According to the lobbying contract, documents filed with the U.S. Department of Justice, Asta Legal, a law firm in Kaduna State, hired the services of DCI Group on behalf of Nuri Badu, the National Security Advisor. Of course, this is also very much, a lot of things are happening at the same time in Nigeria, and that is why, I was very, very much optimistic to get this platform up and running. And of course, if I were to share with you the rigors of how it took for us to really get this thing up and running, it's not easy. I even have to disrupt the schedule and the weekend time of Comrade Alaba Ferreira. So because all of these news items, they are happening at the same time and people hardly keep up. So many terrible news items and developments happening at the same time and people hardly keep up. But it is very, very important for platforms such as ours and even the mainstream media, and which is very, very important. The mainstream media are not reporting this. They don't want to report it because they have a mandate to sanitize the image of the establishment. They have the mandate to basically not, to paint the system in the negative light. If they decide to do that, they get, so much backlash. All right. But it is important for alternative media platforms such as Movement Radio and Civic Space to be able to highlight this to the people. And of course, it's a matter of time for us to have, enough attention. And we are getting the attention of the people. People really want alternative sources of information to really get the reality of the situation of things in our dear country, Nigeria. You can imagine governments paying lobbying firm $8 million. And I was saying it before, I think before you came in, sir, that the is actually in the budget. The Nigerian government budgeted 200 million naira for influencers like myself and bloggers. Influencers, 200 million naira for influencers for the 2026 budget. And now you now begin to, that is why I was even, I was pressing for us to really, really intensify efforts to keep these platforms running because they are spending more than they budgeted before, to be able to push out propaganda on an industrial scale, putting out propaganda on an industrial scale, and of course, causing distraction. Now, look at our brothers and sisters in the space right now, discussing ADC coalition, not knowing that they are lobbying, situation going on that is costing the nation $9 million. They had no idea that currently now they are about to pass into law that before you can practice law in Nigeria, it is after 9 years of being a graduate of law. What kind of absurdity is that? What kind of absurdity is that? And of course, our people are so much carried away that this will happen. They will pass this to law, and it will go without any resistance whatsoever. Nobody so they pass the law of this tax law. They passed it and it just went without any resistance like that. There was supposed to be public reading, public what they used to call it, where they will have interface with the members of the public before they pass any form of law. It seems as though they want to bypass that provision now. They just want to be passing law, any law that pleases them. They don't want the general public to scrutinize and to subject all of these laws and bills to the highest level of scrutiny. It is quite pathetic. And of course, is one of the things that we would call out on platforms like this. And of course, not to even forget the rascality in Edo State. The rascality in Edo State, in Ekpoma, that people actually came out to protest. And what the best thing that the governor did was to bring out Black Maria and arrest over 50 students. Students that should be in their classroom studying. Arrested them. And of course, they are even they are taking them to the front of a judge to actually legalize, that detention of over 50 students. Their crime, because they dared to protest kidnapping, the reign of kidnappers in their communities, and of course, around the vicinity of the school. And many students have already been, a victim of kidnapping in Edo State, Ekpoma. All right. How terrible can a government go? All right. How low can this current government go? And of course, this is just to make a brief announcement to all our listeners. You can indeed join this conversation by clicking the link on the comment section. If you click that link, you would have direct access to the studio where we are having this conversation from, and you'll be able to also have a say and to lend your voice. Of course, there's another breaking news from our sources, the Sarah Reporters. That is the source of this information. Lagos to spend 212 million naira on 20 office chairs, tables, 20 billion on vehicles for 40 lawmakers in 2026. These guys are unhinged. They are going unhinged. They are basically just, doing all they can to sink this country economically. And you now begin to wonder why our currency has become a tissue paper. Our currency has no value whatsoever. No value whatsoever. Just the highest denomination currency in some other countries is like 150,000 of our own money here. Just one single denomination. Just one single denomination is hundreds of thousands of our money here. And it's getting even worse. It's getting even worse. And of course, all of these things are happening, simultaneously. Plus the current situation of things that we are already battling with. The current bad, terrible governance that we are already grappling with. And of course, we can also confirm that ex-AGF, Attorney General of the Federation, Malamis Kuje VIP prison cell raided by senior correctional officer, son also targeted. We understand that they have in custody the ex-Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami. We understand that they have him in custody, but it seems as though there is some dramas that are developing from that. Of course, I can see you, Olumide. Please wait a moment. We will bring you up now, Olumide. Just one moment. I can see somebody requesting to come speak. Let's welcome Olumide. Big shout out to you, Olumide. And how is your side of things? We have been having a very thorough, conversation around recent developments in our dear country, Nigeria. And Nigeria is as it is now, grasping for hair. Nigeria is in survival mode right now. So many things are happening at the same time, and we can see a very huge precedent of politicians going unhinged in terms of recklessness in spending, in terms of their behavior, in terms of the respect for the sanctity of their office, in terms of abuse of power. So many things are happening at the same time. And of course, we are so much, we are curious on what interests you, among all of the plenty things that are happening in Nigeria at the same time. Mr. Olumide, please, if you are ready to speak, please proceed. And we are so happy to have you.
Yes, thank you for the platform and the opportunity. Big shout out to
Olumide Baba, before you go on, make
to
I
my
greet
brother.
you. Olumide Baba.
Alaba.
Me to
Big shout out
Oga.
to you too.
Shout out
I
to
do.
Oga.
Big shout out to you too, the moderator and African Wahala. So I mean, for me, I think everything that you raised, all the issues you raised are very, very important and germane to a functioning and a civilized society. But I think our very problem stems from the fact that right now we don't have a country. You understand? Nigeria is just the place is just a geographical location of many nations lumped together. So there's no country, there's no sovereign country as it were right now. Because if Nigeria was sovereign in the first place, you wouldn't have the person of President Donald Trump of the US coming over to bomb terrorists that a sovereign country should by themselves be able to take care of. But more importantly, the reason why we are saying, or people like us are saying that it is not a country is because we don't have a functioning article of association. Every company that has thrived or that will thrive will always have an article of association that will guide its policies and its relationship within the organization and outside the organization. So we don't have that. We don't. The people are not supreme. And we all see that in the way, because we know that our politics here, see, the politics of a country will define how a society will thrive and evolve and develop. But the kind of politics they play back home, I mean, it's a politics of criminals. It's a politics of people. It's just like going to an exam hall, preparing for exams, students preparing for exams, and you have some students who go ahead to cheat while others have studied hard to pass these exams. And then these students who have cheated, you have put them into critical positions or professional roles to then become professionals of in the very exams that they have supposedly passed. They won't perform well. Imagine a doctor who has cheated in the exam to pass the exams and claims to be a cardiac surgeon, claims to be you would imagine how many people would die in the process of his practice. Or a lawyer who, on and on and on. So it's the same with our politics. When people rig election, the very foundation of our society, the politics is supposed to define it, but when you have people who rig, there's no free and fair election where the people can decide how they want to choose or change their leadership. So the people, they are not accountable to the people. So I mean that is very, very jamming. If we don't address that, I I think they will continue to have problems in that place, and I don't know how people can think that they can always get a good thing out of a bad thing, you know. So for me, I just think the foundation of the country itself is at fault. So and criminals have taken over that contraption. So I think I'll just leave it at that for now, and I'll allow the discussion to flow, and I'll add more as time goes by. I will hand over the mic.
Thank you so very much. Big thanks to you for participating or even lending your voice or giving us an insight, you know, to the level of rot in the system and foundational problem that we run away from in Nigeria. We run away from those foundational problems a lot, a great deal. And of course, the more we run away from it, the more it becomes clear that we have to address it as a people, you know. And of course, it is worthy to highlight the level of, you know, nonchalant attitudes of the people, even the people themselves. People are so nonchalant, they don't care. Maybe perhaps as a result of years of, you know, disappointment, years of oppression. And of course, you know, anyone that understands psychology will understand that if you torment and torture people for quite a great deal of time, at some point they develop tolerance, and what is, you know, abnormality becomes normal to them. They see, you know, a child that grows up in a violent environment where it is normal to slap people, it is normal to throw punches at people, it is normal to, you know, violence is the norm, you know, would struggle, would see it as normal whenever that child is, you know, taken elsewhere. And of course, that is the reality that is known to, you know, to many Nigerians. This is normal. Whatever it is that is going on in Nigeria is normal. And it is the reason why our platforms like this is very important, to really highlight and to paint the picture, the reality. And you can see, even from the way we set up all of our, there is no sanitize, you know, this is street journalism. We highlight the reality of the people, painting it from the reality of the streets, what is happening, how a normal household looks like in Nigeria, how the normal household survives in Nigeria. And of course, the level of, you know, docility, the docility rating or index, you may call it, in Nigeria keeps rising. You know, there's also, there's this particular, you know, there is IQ, intelligence quotient, there's EQ, emotional quotient. There's also, there's a particular one that I heard from somebody around the lines of adaptability. You know, when you are able to adapt to difficulty, you know, the more difficult the situation is, the more you are able to adapt yourself to it. Some call it Stockholm syndrome. You know, when you even not just, you know, attack your oppressor, you defend them. You're right. And it is what we have been able to observe. And it seems as though there is such a thing as a Nigerian syndrome now, because the Stockholm people, they have moved on, and no politician in Stockholm can really try nonsense with the people right now. But it seems as though the Nigerian people are even yet to recognize the fact that you know, there's huge trouble that looms, you know, as a result of this cultural docility among us. And of course, it is the reason why we are here, to really provide the necessary education to educate our people. We go on the streets, you know, we go to bus stops, to when people are going out to work, we go, because that is one of the places that will see the people. We go there, we call it revogelism. revogelism. That is revolution is an abbreviation, is a combination of two, revolution and evangelism. We go about to tell it to people that it is time to resist this rigged, corrupt system. Otherwise, it is just the beginning. These guys are just crashing the surface. And if you can see from the news item that I've been reading since how many hours that we have started this program, news items upon news items talking about the impunity of this current system of things. How can you buy just how many pieces of share? Just 20 pieces of, office chairs. You are budgeting over 200 million naira. That is at the rate of like 1 million a piece. 1 million naira a piece. That is about how many dollars? About $800 for one single share, office share. All right, it is quite terrible. And of course, if you look at the current development, the CCTV installment in Third Mainland Bridge. Third Mainland Bridge is one of the longest bridges in West Africa. It's just 11 kilometers, according to many estimations. But of course, the federal government said they installed CCTV on that stretch of a bridge for 40 billion naira. 40 billion. That is over $27 million just to install CCTV camera, and of course, just one control room where all you just have is just filled with monitors to actually receive information from these CCTV cameras. So you now begin to see, and many people are now beginning to analyze the cost, the real cost of such, infrastructure. And of course, what the cost would be if we are even to have a CCTV factory in Nigeria. And of course, the cost of even having the factory, not to even mention purchasing these equipments, the amount that is budgeted is still very much bloated and inflated beyond astronomical, like times 10 of what should be the real price. And of course, we have also heard of, project duplication, duplication of project. That is a particular project that has been, approved and, done and dusted as far as, previous budgets are concerned. They would, put it again. All right. And in some cases, based on investigation, like 3, 4, 5 times projects repeating itself. All right. And, it gets approval because let's face it, the Senate, the current Senate that you have is a rubber stamp Senate. The current Nigerian Senate is just rubber stamp, whatever. And the current Senate president was caught on tape, on live video, saying that he sent money to senators, and he had to backtrack, saying that he sent prayers to his fellow senators. What a joke. The Nigerian, political system has become a huge joke. And of course, to over 119 people that are tuned into this live today, we are sending this strong message to you to really fight for your country. Fight for your country. Become conscious. Participate in political, developments. Be a part of political organization that is actually doing the opposition work. And we have provided our own recommendation, which is the African Action Congress. All right, the AAC, the Showore Party is our recommendation. You are looking at the screen at, how you can become a member of that great party. The AACparty.com is our recommend, because we are not just here to just we are not just rabble rousers that are just here to just complain about the problems. No, we don't complain about the problem. We talk about the solution to the problem. And here you have it, the solution to the problem, politicizing our struggle. We have to politicize our struggle. And of course, this is the only political party talking about the rhetoric of revolution. That is, All we have to do is to build up a number of critical masses of the people. We have to build up that number. You know, we have to constitute a force. If you are one of those and you think, yeah, you belong to the, you know, to the community of Nigerians that are quite enlightened, community of Nigerians that, you know, are dissatisfied with the system of things, it is time for you to now take action if you can, if you are very much interested, and not just complain. All right. So let me take it off the screen because I don't know whether or not this will constitute an advert for some of this platform. They may begin to flag our live stream like that because they say we are advertising or perhaps we are, you know, so we just want to just, you know, highlight that this is part of what we do, not just, you know, talk, not just a bunch of talk heads that just complain and complain and complain without profiling solution. And what is the solution? It is to replace this bunch of criminals. We replace them. We shut down the system and we rebuild from scratch. That is why they call some of us revolutionaries. Any politician that you know that is not talking about the rhetoric of revolution, of starting from scratch, all right? Because this is a very rigged system designed to be this way. Oh, perhaps, are we still live? Am I still audible, sir? Okay, yeah, I'm still live. Okay. It seems as though there's a huge disconnect from here. So, yeah, so any politician or political players or political platform that is not talking about starting all over again, dismantling this system, all right, this is a very rigged system. Look at the coming election. This is a election year, all right? This is a campaign year. By this time next year, we are nearing, you know, election. By this time next year, we are very much poised to elect the next ruler or leader, whichever way you want to call it, either ruler or leader. All right. And that is why we have just, you know, we have to intensify the educational work that we do. All right. To enlighten people. The campaigns will start in earnest. Political primaries will start. But any political, it doesn't even have to be AAC. Let's not get it twisted. This is not a platform that is just basically having a gig with the AAC. No, this is not a paid gig with AAC. But this is just providing our own solution to the problem. If you disagree with it, we respect your choice. But let your choice be very much based on some core principles. Let it be based on some core principles and ideology. And that ideology has to do with repairing, not just repairing, but repair in the sense of righting the wrong that this current system of things has created. And of course, if you are to make a description of building, this Nigerian building is structurally defective. The foundation is faulty. The architecture is faulty. Everything that has to do with this system is faulty, and it needs to be demolished and, you know, start all over again. And it has to be restarted or jump-started or basically rebuilt from the, you know, lens of a thorough, you know, systemic architecture that will serve the interest of the people. A systemic architecture that would basically center around bringing good governance to the people, returning back power to the people. Power to the people. The current system of things focuses on power to the establishment politicians. They are the one that holds power. Let's not get it twisted. The current system of things is actually reached in the favor of the political juggernauts, political jagabans, you know, political, you know, bigwigs that have a war chest. Now the kind politics where they happen with that for Nigeria here. And of course, do not be deceived with this our grammar. We dey roll for pidgin too. When we reach streets, we dey blow pidgin where if we are to relate with our Hausa brothers, or perhaps to relate with our, people who know they speak grammar, we dey go down to earth to relate with them too. Because by and large, we have to really, really do this educational work. We dey even flow for indigenous language. For instance, I was born in the Yoruba culture. I'm a fully fledged, born and buttered Yoruba man. All right. And of course, if it's actually required me to actually, speak my native language, I do that on the street. In fact, many of our interviews, you'll find it in Yoruba language, and we just have to subtitled it in English. All right. This is what we do. And this is what we need to do. And it has to cut across not just in Yoruba land. It has to cut across even in Hausa land, in Efik land, in Biafra land, in every nooks and cranny of this country needs to be educated. And you can see the Movement Radio and Civic Space is quite committed to this. It is a very difficult job, but we are willing to do it. It's a very risky, dangerous, assignment. But, well, so as many as those that we have lost to the system, we hold them the duty to really put up the best effort that we can. We have to put the best effort possible because we have lost so many people to the Nigerian struggle, to the Nigerian, the anyhowness of the Nigerian political hegemony. And of course, what do we have to lose now again? What do I have to lose? What does an average Nigerian stand to lose by, basically holding the system by the jugular and saying enough is enough? All right? What do we really stand to lose, essentially, by not, going all out and exerting ourselves in the struggle? All right. It is very, very important that we note all of these things, Okay. I'm just trying to read a message from the back end of things. Please bear with us. Well. Oh, really? Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. I believe these links are very much we would. It's the first time we are trying this thing out. Of course, we would have to take a look at how we operate moving forward. But I think from the screen, it's saying share with send this link to your guests. You may also want to share our instruction for the guests. You can have up to 10 people on the screen at once. Well, and from the look of things, from my own side of things here, I have so much administrative features I am looking at. And of course, I want to know whether or not the other guests have also administrative powers, like removal or putting something on the screen, all of those things, to all validate whether or not we are vulnerable, or perhaps just sharing the links for people to come up and speak as guests. Yeah, I know. So yeah, I understand, but we have to improve our methods going forward. And of course, we are not afraid of whatever it is that we go through, even if we have had, so many attacks in the past. The account Civic Space on X was shut down at some point by those that reported it. Of course, we are back up, well, we have this conversation. Yeah, we have that conversation. I believe it is because, well, from your side of things, I don't think it is same for others. I think it's just you. But well, we'll have that. We'll have that. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I really do. I really do. Yeah. And of course, we have to really we have to take note of this, because we don't want to have a situation whereby thank you so much. Oh yeah, back to what we have been saying, to the over 129 people joining us